just looking at this should be exciting to you. I am here on the island of Reunion in an hype performance group H160. This is going to be a live stream. As long as I'm going to stay on here, you're more than welcome to join in, fly along. I am at the airport, Foxtrot Mike Echo Echo, FMEE. This is Gilbert. This is the island of Reunion. This was one of my first choices when it came to the search and rescue hoist missions for the career mode in 2024. And I covered a little bit about these hype performance group airplanes earlier, but something I didn't do was dive a little bit deeper into this little bad boy right here. Oh, look, we got an airplane coming into land right now. What a nice start to a video. Excellent, because this helicopter has about to take off. There is something buried inside this little helicopter right here. It's not fully functional that I'm aware of yet. We're going to find this out once again in real time. We got the Airbus A350-900 coming down. That's a quick taxi. That's an AI aircraft if I've ever seen one disappear. Poof. This is not. I will say that the one thing about this aircraft that I don't like is the amount of scratches on every window. It looks like somebody put this thing through a blender. However, what's buried inside, you are not going to believe. This is going to be an exciting video. I really hope you come along. We got another aircraft coming in over here on the left. I don't know if you saw him flying in there. This is exciting. I can't wait to get this started, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this thing up in the air. Let's explore the island. And while I do that, I'm just going to stay outside of the aircraft for a while because I don't want to spoil it just yet. It's just too early, you know? Where I'm at, it's only 6:45 in the evening. It's early. And this place has so much to offer. It is absolutely just a stunning environment. We should probably see if there's any traffic coming left or right. Maybe put those landing gear up. The flight bag ready to go just in case we need it. Not the surprise. Not the surprise. Don't worry, we'll get there. This is the inside of this thing. Oh, coming through the chair. I haven't set up any of my presets for camera views yet. We're going to get this one figured out here in a real hurry. Let's spread this out just a wee bit, huh? Let's put that D map right here. Well, let's see what's coming around when if we just look, we got a co-pilot from Hype Performance Group right there, Airbus. But we got passengers. Headless passengers are on board. Woo, we're spinning things around right now. There's so much in store. You don't even know the half of it. So some of the things that I've been talking about so far. Oh, we wanted to get our landing gear up. Let's try that. We've been talking about being able to do free flight search and rescue missions without having to go through the career mode. Just like we used to be able to do in the action pack of 2020. Hype Performance did a really, really good job with that. It did take them, there were some things they needed to work on throughout it, but they made a workable piece of software that I thoroughly enjoyed. It was basically one of the only things I did until we got together in group flights. And once we got together in group flights, that was a lot of fun, but then I was like right back into search and rescue missions, and someone had showed me this location. And the news about the launch of 2024 had already, been discussed. And I was like, man, I hope this is something that we can make available in 2024. And of course, not too long ago, they did put a whole bunch of our aircraft from 2020 back into our hangars. And not only did they do that, but the flight model that was just as genius inside of 2020 is still existing inside of this aircraft. It is the most stable platform I've flown yet. And I've flown all of the available choppers that ship with the aviation version of 2024. And a couple extras, like the H-145 and yeah. This little bad boy is slick. And it's got a trick up its sleeve that I cannot wait to see if it works. First, we're just going to kind of take a cruise around our little spot right here because this is such a beautiful location. Again, with this windshield thing, it's so ridiculous. The one thing I've noticed about this aircraft, though, at least in this environment, trying to get it to rise up out of the canyon is quite difficult. Even though I'm sure there is a ridiculous amount of updraft in here, which you can tell by how much my chopper is being thrown around. But I'm just going to try to see if I can't get over the ridge here. So far, I've actually wound up having to catch it mid-fall so it doesn't crash the helicopter and grab a little quick restart. But I think I figured out the problem, and it was just kind of me rushing into it again, The little child inside of me was like, ooh, 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 ooh. You really have to get into the forward panel and adjust the weights and balances on this before you get in the air. And then once you do, hold on. It's such a smooth helicopter. One thing I also like about this is it does have the foldable display. And yeah, that's right. You can come right into this and play some Flappy Bird. Throw that autopilot on. I haven't checked to see if it works yet, but yeah, you could do that. Well, let's play some Flappy Bird. We're coming up over this ridge right here. Uh-oh, that was a teaser in and of itself. You also have the ability to come in here and throw some lights on. We're going to throw the logo light on, and you'll see what that looks like once we get back into another shadow. We'll come back outside here because look at what we have here. This place is stunning. What a difference from 2020. Absolutely stunning. And I don't even have my graphics up all the way. Just because I like to, kind of keep that live stream able to eat the bandwidth that it needs. But once I don't live stream and I'm in here, this is stunning. I don't, this windshield though, I haven't seen an option to turn these scratches off, but it really does feel like I just got out of a blender. It's horrible. Everywhere you look, it's just your view is impeded by bad spaghetti splattered all over the windows. Again, that might be a result of my graphics settings and accentuating the issue, but we can just open this guy up and take a look out. Represented properly from the outside of the aircraft. Nice touch. I mean, if the window's going to be open from the inside, it might as well be open from the outside too. Again, I am live right now flying in the Western USA server. I'm flying out of ICAO code Foxtrot Mike Echo Echo. It's Gilbert. We're on the island of Reunion in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Chilling around. I'm in live weather. Just kind of change the time of day, though. Just see what kind of environment we're working with. Making sure that I'm not overstressing those engines, but I think I want to get in a little tight with some of this right up in here, because what is happening here? I think we need a little music in the background of this. Oh, this place is beautiful. Okay, so here, I've got another shadow that we're going to drop into, and we had talked about what's going on with that logo light. I don't know if you've ever flown the HPG H160. Oh, this thing. It's so stable. Even the rotor system on this one, a lot of people have complained about the rotor systems on their helicopters being a little bit clunky, and they are jerking when you put a little bit of like input in. That is not the case with this thing. I don't know what hype did to this, but I'm about to hype it up. This thing, it better be available in my airline. Ground control needs to own a fleet of these, even if I wind up doing just hundreds of those little ferry flights to keep earning millions of dollars to afford these things before I could do search and rescue missions in these. I'm in. It's just such a pleasure to fly. All my crash physics are off. Everything is set to real. And this bad boy is just butter. Just absolute butter. Oh, I don't know if we're going to be able to see it, even in the shadow. Might need to be a little bit darker outside. Either way, this island, people, this place, and this, again, was what I originally wanted to pick to do the HEMS search and rescue hoist missions. This is the spot that we were supposed to be in. But again, the airports on this island are only showing the possibility of doing missions here now that we have a company. But we're just going to have to move our aircraft here one way or another, even if we got to pay a hefty sum of money to get those H-125s working down here. I want to give it a shot, because this was the reason. This is a volcanic island in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Well, I wouldn't say middle. It's like the western side. Look at the size of the moon at the center top of the screen, and that is also a gigantic difference from the large moon we used to see when it was that high in the sky. It almost stayed the same size the whole time. It doesn't look like that's the case anymore. You just have to be kidding me, though, with this. The light rays coming over the top of the model. Even the graphic of the rotor blades compared between 2020 and 2024, it just makes for a much better experience overall, because it's not that just disc. You can tell that there are rotor blades spinning right here. We're about to come over this ridge. That high point in the background is the main volcano on this island. The atmospherics, even with lower graphic settings, are a vast improvement to 2020. This is a Ray Kroc kind of moment, man. I'm loving it. lake down here, coming up on the about 10:30. Just gigantic cracks going through. This place is off the chain, and I really, really, really wish we could be doing some hoist missions, pulling some people off of these rock faces. We haven't done anything real close to the ledges yet, because we haven't been able to fully operate our winches manually in the H-125 yet. I do. What in the world? Did I just hit a trim? I think I did. I think I've got a trim in a wrong spot. However, that's also good news for everybody in the community. I have a working trim with the H-160 that is a settable trim. I haven't seen it in the 125. I don't even think I've seen it work in the Cabri. Okay, I have that set up on my throttle at where like my wrist is, that little slider. Again, I'm using the Thrustmaster. Is it like the T16000M is what it is. But a workable trim. I am hands off flying this thing right now. I'm going to go ahead and move my trim. Watch what happens to the aircraft. We go ahead and get a little bit of a lifty lift. I mean, it's subtle again, but I'm still hands off and just gently, and I do mean gently, adjusting the trim of this helicopter. Uh-oh. Hype Performance Group, in my opinion, put out some of the greatest aircraft for 2020, and it is happening again as far as I'm concerned. My own personal opinion, it's happening again in 2024. This is the most comfortable helicopter I've flown. So as we get up closer to the top of this, I think we should, at least for the first time, spoil what I'm getting at here. Because it's a little bit ridiculous. Oh man, and my controls are, ooh, the wind. Hello, I didn't really get too deep into what the conditions were before I took off. I was just excited to get out here and see this with the 160. Let me just get over this ridge real quick before I decide to get back in. I'm a little too comfortable outside right now to switch. I might bring my power down a little bit. I think I might be overspeeding, and that's where the oscillation's coming from. Oof. Look at the cliffs down here. Are you even kidding me right now? The weather. Did you see what it just did to the helicopter? Like, I'm not prepared for that. I'm too busy looking around. We've talked about people saying, hey, don't look at the scenery around. Look at what, every time I go to switch this, let's try to get this thing under control. All right, we're back. So much for a stable helicopter, right? I think I was just doing too much input. Again, I was talking about how my control stick input is normally just like a flex of the muscle. I haven't really done too much with the settings on this yet. I think I need to tweak them just a little bit more. But look at where we are. Hello. Yeah, okay, so I was getting to the big old surprise, the reveal of reveals. While we do that, I'm going to go from the inside of the old chopper right here. Old Faithful H-160 Airbus, modeled by Hype Performance Group, has the fold out. It is not the same thing as your EFB. These two are unrelated. Ooh, look at the oscillation. Again, the weather is totally throwing me around right now. Inside this menu, this looks just like it did in 2020 when we made the switch. all of the options, even the Floppy Bird that I showed you earlier, all of that is still there. I'm flying the helicopter for a second here so I don't crash into anything. Yeah, but teaser alert. We're going to test that thing out today. I hope you're along for the ride, because this was supposed to be the spot. Now remember, people, I am in a free flight, so we're going to be testing this out. Woo! I'm getting a little better at reacting to it, but that's still a little bit harsh. I made somebody throw up in there. We are going to be testing this out. I think I should get right into it right now. So before, when we did it, we needed to get into our maps. Yep, all of these are still here. Settings, you got your mission library, your map layers, your map orientation, then your zoom controls. If you go into mission library, and I have played with this a little bit, I will admit, not too much, but we're about to play a little more because I had to share this with you immediately before I dove right in. I wanted to see you reacting to it at the same time I did. So this is the first time I'm actually diving further than this into it. I did go and do the connect to scenario editor on my PC because I still have that high performance group action pack installed. I've got the 2020 version on disk. So I went back in there and I tried to create a scenario to no avail. I won't even drag in along with that one. That didn't work. However, it did recognize where my helicopter was on the planet. I just couldn't successfully place a character or hospital location or a starting location as a group. I could only put one thing on the ground at a time. But there was still functionality to it. And if you see what's going on in this little pop-out right here, what this says, it actually has two copies of Connect to Scenario Editor on my PC. Neither one of them do anything different. It just does the same thing. Just duplicated, again, bugs that are being hopefully worked out. But we have HPG Missions Transport. Passenger transport. I am in a free flight. I am in a free flight. This is the first time we're seeing if this is going to do anything. Oh my goodness, there's a magenta line on the map. On the map, on the map, on the map. What? We need to turn the brightness up on this. I think things just got lit. Are you serious right now? Ooh, I am overspeeding or something. You know what I think I do? I think I keep playing with that little trim there with my wrist just a little bit. Ooh, all right. So now that I got the helicopter back under control through the glare, does this stay on the? It stays on the island. I don't know if you can see that through the glare. It is even a little bit hard to see for me, and I'm not far away from it. It almost feels like this thing is going down at this point, though. There's so much wind. I do see the arrow in my display saying that it's going to the west-southwest at about the 22-degree mark. But I'm going to that destination. You're coming with me. This is the first time in the H-160 by Hype Performance Group we get to see if we have missions available in free flight. Outside of career mode, maybe this whole time I've been knocking the group about the inability to try this on our own. Maybe there's just so much more being worked on that we haven't been told about, or I haven't read about, and this is just a surprise to me. Oh, yeah, I am overspeeding. I'm sitting there at 120 knots, man. I'm too busy having a real good time looking out the window with this puppy. Slow your roll. I need to get this thing back under control, right? Yeah, just overspeeding, baby. That's all. Logan, how do I get more rotary search and rescue missions? I did 2 and have no more to do. I need them for my pulley certification. Yeah. So this is a rough one there, Logan. All right. So a lot of times what happens is you've been in the sim for a while. You've got those missions done. You get the 2 done. I do have videos posted up on this previously. If you want to go ahead and visit the channel and kind of take a peek at what went on. I went through all of this in real time live streamed. So all of those are saved on the channel there. But once you do, you kind of have to just start earning money again real quick. Give it a chance to kind of refresh, leave the simulator, come back, and then look around for more of those icons. The icons will eventually turn into a red set of binoculars. But you just have to keep earning money. It is a lengthy process, and it is a complete... I mean, it's an education about some of the work they put into it, but it is a mess as far as making it easy. They did not make it easy on us at all. Which helicopter are you flying right now? Are you in the 125 already? Obviously. The tail wheel rescue ones. I gotta grind for some more. My pleasure, my man. You're welcome. I do have the chat working this time. You're the first one I actually saw a live chat happen with, man. Congratulations. Ding, ding, ding. Cool stuff. This hasn't worked up until now. What do you think of this spot? Have you ever been out here before? Feel free to hop in, man. It's FMEE. I am live on the West USA server right now. Seeing if we have in-sim missions. And again, this is just, passenger transport, like the ferry missions. Not what I want to be doing. But before Hype Performance Group switched over to 2024, they had plans to make this search and rescue hoist capable for 2020. And they didn't get around to it because I have a feeling they just wound up switching gears and started working on this. I'm really hoping that they're not far off from getting that done because I want to use it in this spot. Got the turbine certification, did the first 2 missions, and ran out. Yeah, yep. I got the heli off of the Hype Performance Group's website. HYPE Performance Group. Not a flight.to. It actually shipped with a action pack. And it had missions sets built right into it. You could do missions over water. You could do missions on the ground. Sometimes you would have to land. Sometimes you'd have to hoist. Sometimes but you actually made the choice yourself. There was a little call out on this screen right here, and it would come up with a little banner to the right of the degrees, to the left of the settings, right about where it says settings right now, and it would say switch to hoist, and you could just hoist instead. It was so much easier. The graphics were just super robotic. It was a lot of fun, but man, when you start getting into the slacklining with the hoist, the soft body physics that they have in here are slightly still segmented. You can see if you just kind of zoom in with your camera the right way, you can still see that it has segments on them, but it adds so much to the experience. It took quite a while to get that endorsement, man. Go ahead back through that library and check it out. There's quite a bit of content to be absorbed. There's a lot. I can't believe how difficult they made it from 2020 to 2024. It's a little bit of a mess, but at the end of the day, I honestly think it's worth it because we have spots like this now. And it's only a matter of time before they get the bugs fixed and we can utilize every aspect of every aircraft to its fullest potential. And Jorg has said it, man. The sky is not the limit, man. They have pushed it. My pleasure, man. You're welcome. Thank you, Logan. We'll see you soon. It's good stuff. Gotta love helping the community. Share the knowledge. Show them what's out there. Show the little surprises around the world. I'm still on my way to this little mission here to see if I truly have someone to pick up. Because if you can see this, I don't know if you can or not. Let me zoom in even more on this map and then put the helicopter in the center of it. A little bit back. That's on a helipad. There is a helipad marker underneath that destination. Real time, baby. Let's see what happens. I'm stoked. If there is a person sitting out, oh, did you see the mountain disappear there real quick? If there's a person sitting outside of this helipad waiting for us, this is going to be off the hook. For stream reset, I cannot get any helicopter to maintain a certain attitude. Have to constantly maintain forward stick for level flight. Any ideas on force trim reset? Nope. I've been flying hands-on with every other aircraft except for this one. I could literally clap my hands right now, brother. I'm hands-off with this bad boy. And look at what it's doing. I got my just feet just chilling on the pedals. That's it. This is the only helicopter I've been able to do this with in sim. That's it. The only one. H-160, Hype Performance Group. Retractable landing gear. My pleasure, Ammo. My pleasure. I can get the trim to kind of correct a little bit of the tilt. You know what I mean? I can send the rotor in the right direction, but it'll never actually stick there. This thing, on the other hand, is just straight up. Hands off. Yay! You know what I mean? This is what a helicopter's flight pattern. This is it. I've never been in a better helicopter, and all of our passengers here really truly enjoy it because I'm hands off flying through the mountains, and this guy's just on his iPad chilling like a villain. If you notice these, oh, ooh, wow! All right, the Ghost of Christmas Past is here. That's fabulous. Ooh, look at this terrain. Are you even joking me? This is FMEE, Reunion Island. Come along for the ride. This is sick right here. Whatever. All right, how close am I to the mission? If I'm not mistaken, it's all the way over by the shore. Oh, no, it's not all the way by the shore. Man, that glare is kicking. I got Bruce Lee up in the backseat here. Oh, it might be down in this little village. Oh, we get to go valley hunting. Anybody bring the gun? Wonder what kind of animals are going to be on this island. I am not that far away, but man, that glare is ridiculous. And I've got the brightness setting, which is this little slider up here. Oh, there we go. I'm in the shadow now. Shadows make a difference, don't they? RTX 2080 Ti, if you didn't know what my computer specs look like. I am not pushing anything super special. AMD Ryzen Threadripper 2950X, 2080 Ti graphics card, and I'm on Wi-Fi. Yeah, it's a pretty good speed, but it's not like I'm plugged in or anything, you know? I am overshooting it, so it's going to be down below me, just below me. It says land at the site and place engines to idle. This is performing the exact same way it would in 2020. I have a feeling there might be somebody waiting down there for us. How cool would this be? Free flight missions. If this is a thing that they have coming up, this is potentially literally game-changing. We could all just be wasting our time in the career learning how to frustrate ourselves. But if there is someone chilling at the bottom of this bad boy waiting for us, Has anyone else seen anything like this? Any other aircraft have fold-out iPads that have mission sets in them, or was it just Hype Performance Group? And to top it all off, yep, one of the best parts of these aircraft is I could be in this thing in the pitch black, and my SVS system that just popped up on this bottom monitor shows it in a VR camera. What? Yeah. This is it. The H-160 is only available, or no, the H-145 was only available in the military version. These are only available in the civil. And what was the other one? It's not a HEMS mission yet, but there are two variants for this one. I see I'm overshooting it again, and I don't know about you, but I have not seen anything that looks like a helipad down there just yet. I do have flares off because I love the challenge of trying to find a dude in the middle of a rainforest, because this was an option inside of 2020 as well. I figured I'd give it a shot and see what it did. And in the settings, I've already disabled the flares, which is that real nice clown orange smoke that absolutely every survivor decides to pack with them by default. So if I go back into the, I think it's settings, mission smoke on, we'll see if it's the same smoke. If it shows up at all. I mean, this is just an absolutely like raw test of what's happening in real time. I have no idea if this is going to work, but just to see the functionality still existing in that fold out, super cool. Man, look at how nice and easy the aircraft turns. I'm giving it just a little bit of a right rudder in there to make sure she spins around all nice and smooth. It's just such a nice feeling aircraft. I hope they get this working in search and rescue. I have seen these modded out with the hoist on them. It can be done. They're extremely stable platforms, full glass cockpit with autopilot. Let's zoom in on this map and see just how far away we are from this guy. So it looks like he's at like the edge of a bog or something down here, but I don't know if that's what I'm seeing on the ground. Let's get back into the map over here. Come up here. Nope. I need the bottom button. Center. Go to maps. The maps. The maps. The maps. It's just too much. What do we got? We went to settings. Turn the smoke on. We can hit the X, and it should be back on that. if we come in and zoom in, let's take this and see if we can move the map over. Oh, here comes the glare again. You're killing me, Smalls. I need to get lower just so I can get out of this glare. Just a little bit of a twist. It even says it is a helicopter's Mafate helicopters. Is it? I mean, okay, so where am I in relation now? I'm in a good enough shadow. I need to figure this out real quick. Am I going away from him? Where'd who go? It's behind me. Okay. But yeah, it looks like there should be some heliport down here that is actually a base of probably a helicopter tourist location. What did I just find here? Is it anything? Is it not modeled? They promised us, you heard it, every heliport on the planet is supposed to have been modeled. I don't know about you, but I think I've flown over this thing a couple times and I have not seen it. We're going to try to get on top of this thing. I don't know if the pop-out iPad here is just playing games with me and teasing me real bad, or if there should actually be a heliport sitting almost directly in front of me. You guys hopping in on the sim right now, trying to get out here? I know you're probably not in H160, but Hype Performance Group should have them readily available. Oh, I think I see a building down here on my left. Oh. What do we got here? We're in a town. I see like a swimming pool. No, that might just be a house. See, I overshot it. Uh-oh. I'm coming in. It's crashing. Escape. Never happened. I don't know what you're talking about. All of a sudden, the game just crashed. It was weird. I don't know what happened. I still haven't seen the helipad, but another thing that I've also noticed is that in the 2020 version, what you were able to do is actually oh man. In 2020, you could choose like a range of kilometers away from your aircraft. How far away could you be from it before, or you know what I mean? You could select like 1 to 3 kilometers. And I think it went all the way up to like 70 kilometers away. But I haven't seen that as an option here. All right. I see the chat disconnected. I think the internet might have taken a little hit right there or something. Maybe they're pushing more packets. They've identified that somebody's opened up something new. I don't know. I'm just stretching. It looks like it's been through a blender, though. It really does. I can't be the only one that thinks that. Let's hear what she sounds like. All right. So if we bring the music down right now, let's bring this guy. Let's bring him up a little bit. Take a taste of what he sounds like. I mean, okay. I see you. Bring it back. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. 200. FMEE. H145, H160 live. We are doing just like a general aviation fly-in. Feel free to join. We're at, we got another airplane on the runway back there. Maybe he's on taxi. But we're just doing a little fly-in, a little break from career mode, learning some things about this new helicopter that I just kind of discovered some things about. On the helipad, chilling like a villain. So let's do this while we're talking about it. Some other things about this that are pretty amazing. Let's change up the old weather real quick. I don't like the way that stutters the sim when we do that. Does that work? Does that happen to everybody, or is that just happening on my low settings? Because I've noticed it happening even when I'm, pretty cool. Coming out of the sky again. I should have, yep. But wait a minute. Stop yourself. I wasn't going down far enough. Are you serious right now? That should have crashed. Restart. I do like the nighttime. And it looks like there's no crash physics on the helicopter. I bet the settings inside of that FOB. Let's check it out. Or, since I'm in a new helicopter, have the settings. Here we go again with these damn key bindings and settings, and now you have to assign everything every time. Oh man, I hate that. Well, I don't hate it, but man, it's overwhelming. She's chugging. She doesn't want to load this airport. There you go, girl. That's a girl. Yeah, that weather thing that's not what it looked like a second ago. Excuse me? So, okay, it seems like they're pushing these as I'm interacting with them more. Am I wrong, or is that not what that looked like? Live player says it's off. What? Western USA. 156. What? That's horrible. 201, 249, 0 automatic. I will never use automatic. All right. I know it says in the description that I'm on the west, but I'm getting a much better latency here on east, so I'm going to switch. I want to break out the Nintendo Switch. Let's go back into our flight model. Modern, realistic. I mean, let's see the assistance options. Yep, they stayed to. I bet my key bindings are still H22 or H125. One of the two. I think it's the 225 that they're all still stuck to. So it automatically kept all of that stuff in there. Let's see if let's try settings one more time. Let's go to controls and let's see what they're set as. Yep, H225. So I would have to go all the way back through that and realign everything the way it's supposed to be per aircraft, and then the sim is going to remember that I want those crash physics on or off. Fooled you. This place is just, I mean, they're going to get it right one of these days. I hope. All right, let's try this again, except I'm going to do it right from the pad this time. We're going to go in and do missions, let her load, and then we can hopefully get her done. Passenger transport. Even if it's in the same spot, like if there's just one mission to do right now, that would be a little bit lame, but I would honestly be okay with it just to know that the possibility exists in the future. And based on that magenta line, it's looking like it's the same spot. Let's come in a little bit closer here so we can let you see what I'm doing. Woo! Hello. Hello, governor. Too close. There it is. No. My fat elite eyeballs. I don't speak the language. I apologize. I probably just butchered that. Is that the same spot? I don't think so. I think the other one was like down here. Yeah, my fat helicopters. So I'm at a new spot. So it is switching destinations. Oh, I have to find one of these where it's legit. If I click on one out here, it says open on PC. There used to be an option that said like pick up passenger, I think. Pick up passenger here or something. I know when you were doing SAR missions, you would have the option to do like hospital transfers from this menu. All right. Either way, we're in another mission. We're going to go back into the mountains. I'm going to double check since we're just fresh in what our weights look like, because generally these have been way off. Payload is down. Crew is $155. See, total fuel. That went back down. So we're going to go into our fuel, and we're going to push a little more fuel into our tanks right there. Not too much, just enough. Yes, I have a binding for fuel. We'll go to the previous menu to get out of that. Now we should have 574 kilograms of fuel on board. Total weight, 45. Status report, everything looks decent. Block time. See, this also is tracking flight reports. You know, in 2020, we were never getting any reaction to landing on a airport with a helicopter. But this always tracked how many times you landed. Landing cycles. I haven't successfully landed it anywhere yet. Hilarious. It's the most stable helicopter I've been in, but key bindings have messed it up. Speaking of key bindings, while we're thinking about it, let's go back into our settings here real quick and get rid of that control that's on my collective. The T16000M. See, if I update it here, it's going to update it in the H22 or H225 and everything. Well, whatever. I can probably rename it. We'll see. Scanning joy slider X. Nothing is bound to it. Okay. Now things are getting weird. Because that's the way it's set up in that 225. Well, we're definitely not in a flight-ready condition. We have no torque going on here. Let's see if we can start this. More song references. This is in a flight configuration already. Is this thing just spooling up all by itself? What is? Yeah, okay. Strange happenings. I think I want, well, maybe I could change the weather once I get there, but I'll show it to you on the pad what I'm talking about, since I'll finally get back around to this topic of what this thing looks like in the dark. Let's turn the lights out. Let's go into our fold out. We're going to come into the aircraft. We're going to look at some equipment. Is it crew and payload? Where is it? It's in the autopilot menu. Then lights and logo. I'm new here. It's got a nice little neon light over that tail. Little retro look. I don't like the way the rotors have the bright yellow edge to them, even in the dark. I mean, it's not creating static at the end. That's not what that looks like. However, I will say the bloom back here is a little aggressive, but not too bad. The blue lights on the runway are over blooming. Let's turn that landing light off, can we? I mean, it'll balance out the light a little bit, foreground and background. Nope. All right. Either way. Either way. I see you, Hype Performance Group. Let's go see if dude's out there. We're going to center this on the aircraft and follow the yellow brick road. It also used to tell you how many times you were zoomed in, so there's still quite a bit of functionality just missing from that too. Let's go back into our fuel report so we can keep an eye on that, and then we'll take over the nav into DMAP. Upsy daisy. The landing gear going up. Again, look at how nicely this thing's turned with just a little bit of input on those rudders. I still need to tweak the collective just a little more. I'm barely holding this thing with my fingers to get it to move. It's super sensitive at this point. A lot of bloom. The vibrance in that red light almost, yeah, that's a lot of bloom. It's blooming. It's not even Australia. I think I should stay inside the aircraft this time to keep a better eye on my torque until I just get a nice flight model going here. She's almost trimmed. Are we back in a windy condition? I didn't look at the wind. Nope. See, once we get close to that 120 mark, she wants to just buck like a bronco. So since we're traveling at night, let's turn on our SVS system here. So we can see through the spaghetti on the windows. That is horrible. It's so distracting. Even if I turn these monitors down, it just makes those, I mean, it kind of helps, but nope, not really. Either way, if I was in complete cloud cover right now, those scratches aren't going to matter. You're not going to be looking out the windscreen, you know what I mean? You're going to be looking down at your instruments. All right, so I'm holding about an 80%, 75% torque right there. Does it look any better outside? I mean, it's a little brighter. I don't know how this is coming across on the live stream if it's too dark. Oh, what a sexy model. She's bringing sexy back. More music references. Rough. It's just rough. I am a musician. I've been playing drums since I was 10. Maybe that's the reason. I'll go with it. Ooh, there's not as much spaghetti on the window when I came back in it. Did you see that? I'm back to a relatively clean windshield. I mean, I do still have a pretty strong reflection of the iPad, but I don't see as much spaghetti. So if you're just joining us right now, what we're in is Hype Performance Group's H160 by Airbus, and we've discovered that some of the functionality that existed in 2020 is still present in 2024 as far as this fold-out iPad and the built-in mission sets. If you can see, we have a magenta line here that's leading us to a helipad, and we were promised by Jorg that every helipad on the planet would be modeled. So I might submit a bug report. I might not. So far, I haven't seen any helipads that are being generated on this iPad in sim, except for like hospitals. This SVS system down here, if that's not helpful at night, I don't know what is. Anybody else have one of those in their helicopters? Let's get a little bit more altitude. I can see we're coming up on our destination here. We should still have a, well, we just have a landing light. And there used to be an, oh, see the high intensity searchlight over here, HISL, or the SL, just the regular searchlight, have been grayed out on this aircraft. The H-145 had a real bright nose-mounted searchlight. You could aim it around with these 4 arrows that you see up here, and now this aircraft does not have that. But like I said before, they told us that they were going to model every heliport. We're coming up on it. And I like I said, or like I was saying, they said that they were going to make this search and rescue ready when it came to 2020, and they never got around to it. I think they got distracted by the launch. I'm turning the lights back on. I think they got distracted by the launch of 24 and put all of their efforts into making their aircraft usable when they, wow, that turns into an overexposure like super quick. I'm not doing that in the dark without a searchlight. Sorry. Ask any search and rescue pilot if they would do that in that light condition. And they're probably going to tell you no. Plus, it helps us see a little bit more of this. Look at the windshield. There's not, well, the spaghetti is just a little black now. You can see it in like the upper right-hand corner. I don't know how it comes through on the stream, though. But once again, if we break out our flight bag, I see a little helm. Do you see it? Uh-huh. Ooh. I guess the live weather just kicked in. That's dangerous. What? What? I don't know what's happening right now. It went to, what the? It switched to live weather. All on its own. Alrighty then. Thank you very much. I didn't see if it was checked off, but I certainly didn't think it was. That was aggressive. Okay, so what I noticed on the 2024 built-in flight bag, it is integrating something being spawned on the Earth. And I know that because there is an icon of a helicopter out there in the distance somewhere. So we have integration between 2020 and 2024 with this system, but I still haven't discovered if someone is actually on the ground out here. Look at how smooth this tail rotor is, though. Have you seen a smoother tail rotor from any helicopter out there? It's butter. There's some kind of weird platform coming off the side of the mountain up here. Probably, again, being generated by the lower video settings. Yep, it just popped away. It's just waiting for things to generate. Alright, so it's going to be off to my left here somewhere. Much further down. I don't see anything except for a little lake. Where do we put the topography on? Can I put the topography on the layers? Maps. Satellite. Map settings. So it looks like there is a little town supposed to be tucked in here somewhere. I am not seeing it. These must be some uncontacted tribes out here. They're supposed to be just about flying over it. All right, Jorg. We've been lied to. There is no helipad there. All right, so we'll put the flight bag away again. All right, so, and we're, see, in that little fold out right there does display that information in the same spot. We just flew over it. Both of these screens are saying that we're in the same spot. Even here on the center screen, you're seeing a little H kind of roll around the very edge of the monitor right now, coming off of it at the end of the magenta line. That says there's a helipad there. If my avionics are picking up a helipad, there should be a helipad there, Jorg. You have mail. And look at the wire mesh. Okay, see what's happening here. It looks like some kind of weird ball of wire hanging just on top of these trees directly underneath my helicopter. Just underneath the cockpit, there's a gigantic ball of wire. Oh, it's turning into trees. What is it? What is this? Are those... That's a weird anomaly, though, but it's in the spot where this helipad is supposed to be. I don't know if that's coming through in the stream at all. I'm trying to get closer to it here. But there is a... It's almost like one of those little balls that you pull apart. And it gets bigger when you pull it apart. Oh, shit. Am I going down again? Yes, I am. Escape. Ah, just in time. I cheat. I'm not going to lie. I'm not. Oh, no. Is it going to crash me this time, though? It still did. You saw me turn crash physics on. What is happening? I just turned crash physics on. Is it because I did it in the sim against my own recommendations? Oh, it's definitely damaged the helicopter now. It's doing a little breakdancing right now. Oh, but I performed a touch and go. Thanks, Xbox. That's fantastic. Nice touch and go in the middle of the woods. What is happening here? Breakdance, breakdance. Yeah, so we still haven't seen any of these things work. We just keep finding more and more issues with the simulator. This is great. This is what we're here for when we're doing these fly-ins. Enjoying this place, learning things about the aircraft, the area, the whole 9 yards. And that right there is hysterical. It gifted me for a touch and go in the middle of the rainforest. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. We're going to enjoy a little break. Definitely not a planned break, but it is a break nonetheless while this thing chugs along and tries to find the simulator again. That spinning wheel of misfortune over there just keeps stopping and restarting. I wonder if they're pushing again. There we go. Not too bad. All right, you know I gotta try it again. I'm gonna be here until I find one of these dudes. Can't wait. The fact that this fold out is still here, mission. Okay, maybe we should do some maintenance on this thing. Let's see, ACF. All of the failures are off. All other failures are off. Maintenance, I just did. You know, I kind of do want to turn those physics off for now just because this keeps happening. I don't know if I want to investigate that ball anymore. I think it might have just been like a facility that hasn't been generated yet. You know, I mean, none of the missions have been available in this area yet, even though there are 3 airports locally, 2 on this, 3 on this island, I think. No, 2 airports, 3 helipads, 3 hospitals, whatever. But there's another island relatively close by. You have to fly for quite a while to get there, but it's not that far away. There's more stuff over there, and they're not generating anything on these islands, so I'm curious if they aren't putting anything here yet. Just yet to be spawned. Again, it starts me off with a low fuel. I do want to make sure that I am not overweight, though, so it's not too bad. Not too shabby. Let's go back into the missions. I want one that's closer so we don't have to spend... So either way, to give you guys some time to log on and fly along with us here as we try to see if this H-160 is actually still conducting passenger transport missions while in a free flight. How far is it? How far? It looks like it's going back to that same spot, but it is in the same... Come on. And there's no way to, like, next through. Yep. Or did it move just a little bit? Unknown name. Maybe that's just because I didn't hit it. Or is this one just so clandestine? It's in a witness protection program. Don't tell us what we're working on. Go hide. No one will find you on Reunion Island. Stupid. Yep. It is a different airport. It is a different helipad. It does, again, look like it's in the middle of the damn woods. Why is everything buried in the forest? Gump, why did you put together that weapon so quickly, Gump? Because you told me to, Drill Sergeant. Yeah, okay. These guys... They're teasing us, man. I'm not okay with it. And I will actually put something in the forums on that Microsoft page about the generation of all helipads on the planet. Because that, maybe they missed one or two. Because I've seen 3 right now that haven't been generated on the topography in the digital twin that I'm seeing within my avionics. Both in the flight bag and on the instruments inside the helicopter. Right, so they're talking together. They're just maybe still working on it, like everything else. We are on the island of Reunion. That is the Indian Ocean. I did find some horses here. I've actually come across quite a few cows. I don't know if you saw the last video I had put out about how to get to over 950, I think it was $950,000, because we're trying to work on getting a aircraft. Instead of a Cabri, we want to buy the H-125 for our new airline. Yeah, but that one, I did some flight seeing missions in, and I'm trying different things to see if I can increase the level of satisfaction of my ride-alongs. I want to give those passengers the greatest experience I can, so I was kind of like doing some low-level flying when I saw animals going on the ground, and I did come across a couple horses, a couple herds of cattle. We chucked them out. They didn't say the word cattle or anything like that. There was no special reaction to them seeing the fauna in the simulator, even though that's what I am there to do as a pilot that is there on a scenic tour. Now, even though it's not, what the mission set is asking for, it is just another level of customer satisfaction that I am providing to my passengers. I think I might be taking this a little too seriously at this point. But I want a simulator. I don't want a video game. You know what I mean? If you're gonna do it, let's do it. Let's do it. You can do it all night long. Now we're going to switch to movie references instead of music. It is going back to just about the same damn spot. But it is different. I gotta try. It's yeah, third attempt. I hate the spaghetti on the windshield. Very distracting. But there is this nice system that's built in right here. SVS. What? HEMS missions at night. Yeah, we haven't gone up to the volcano yet either, right? We should probably, I think this would be the last attempt for a while. Like I said, I'm going to be on here until I get that, but I want to try other things along the island and maybe more things with the helicopter. We'll see what we can do. What do our passengers think? Are anybody hungry back there? Should we take a run for the border? Oh, we got a hype engineer. Oh, they're watching us. That's spooky. He wasn't there before. Where'd he come from? At least a ghost of Christmas past is gone. Guy with no body just shows up in there. He's got a head and legs and arms, but no torso or anything. It's great. What a phenomenal location. This place is off the chain. We're going to go to the volcano after we probably fail at picking this dude up for the third time. I'm just hopeful. I'm very hopeful that this would be included. Anybody else on live right now? I had to switch servers. I know in the description it says I'm on the West server, but for latency purposes, I have since switched over to the East USA server. Again, flying from the ICAO of Foxtrot, Mike Echo Echo. FMEE, we're at Gilbert, the island of Reunion. Chilling like a villain in our H-160 by Airbus. Provided by Hype Performance Group. I'm hands off with this. I could do cinematic views of this bad boy right now without a single hand on the controls. She trims out pretty nicely. It's the only helicopter I've seen that's actually been able to hold a trim. Oh, we got our landing lights on. Ooh, those retracted into the aircraft. I did not notice that. What? Okay, that looks sick. But look what happened. These lights actually wind up popping out from under the fuselage. Okay, I see you. First of all, we're a little high for this. How close am I? It used to give us a distance to target, too. On the D map, does it display that? Because it used to. No, it. Okay, so no, it does not. Even the map continues to say 000 nautical miles. One thing's for sure is I'm going to need to get out of the clouds. I am way up here. Because frankly, the scenery is just, it's worth the extra descent. I sincerely hope that later on, once we get our company aircraft, I want that H-125 in my hangar, and I want to move that thing to this island since we know that that is a possibility. Of course, they give you the option once you start your own airline to put your airline's base of operations at almost every airport on the planet, if not every. I don't know about dirt airports or anything like that, you know, grass fields. I'm not sure. But there is no accessibility to this island as of yet, but there is a way, even after you've selected a base of operations, that you could go from that airport to another one. You just kind of have to pay a fee. I've seen the fee as low as 300 credits. I don't know how much it gets to be if it's halfway across the planet. I mean, it's hard enough to kind of earn some of those credits as it is right now. A lot easier as an airline owner, you know, averaging 30,000 per flight seeing adventure. You're able to gain that coin to get to the next level a lot quicker. All right, so we are coming up on it. Why do I have this just gut feeling that we're about to be disappointed again? Is it on top of the ridge? It looks like it actually impacts that ridge line just to our left, right there. There's a couple of outcroppings, but those are actually just rock faces that aren't being generated properly. I think it's another bust. Unless, what do we have here? Oh, we are the what? Whoa, 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 whoa! Easy, easy. Hello. Why? What the wind on the top of these things? Ooh, man! Could you imagine trying to? Okay, a rescue mission like alongside of these. I would hope at that point that there would be like an option in career mode to turn more than just the clouds off, because this thing is whipping me around. But there looks to be some houses. Imagine the view that these people get. Do people really live here? Has anyone ever been to this island? No buildings. Not with a helipad, that's for sure. Once I get this thing in a relatively stable condition, I am still trying to get used to even flying outside of the helicopter instead of inside. Oh, there's animals running up the hill. Mountain goats. You have to be. We were just talking about animals. There's a whole herd of them sitting here. Happy little surprise. They just ducked away into the woods and they went away. I hope that came through in the stream. I don't know. Yeah, here's another one. See, it's just moving right there off to the right. Yeah, once I take just an eye off that chopper from the outside for even just a second, when I'm trying to get these maneuvers, I mean, forward flight, it's pretty well hands off, but obviously when you're making maneuvers around a giant ridge like this, oh, there they are. Coming down again, you son of a bitch. Great. Yup. Saved by the bell. That was close. They're right here. They're directly underneath me, right? Oh, they just keep moving. I'm scaring them away with the chopper. Give away they're coming. See, now I do know that you can land somewhere and get out of your helicopter and take photographs of fauna that you see in sim and then use those pictures in the photo mode. However, there is most certainly no place to land here. That is a violent wind. That is truly violent. Let's see if we can see if they went further down. Are they on the road down here? There they are. Oh, I chased them down the hill. I'm going in this time. There's no doubt. Yeah, through the trees. All right, I think my rotors are coming to a stop. Oh yeah, rotor RPM warning. We're gonna have to do this. Let's see if we can do a Control E right now and restart. More things you shouldn't be able to do in the simulator is restart damaged aircraft in flight. Hope you guys are listening. Microsoft, Asobo, that should never be allowed. FYI. It should be a downed aircraft and there should be a search and rescue mission. I think I might have also lost tail rudder authority completely. It's still spinning, but I am getting a little reaction out of it. Oh, I know why. It's got my autopilot on. You see there in that window? Yeah, there's a doggy in the window. It's doing the same thing it used to do in 2020. When it comes back from like an auto engine start or something like that, sometimes it would just automatically engage your autopilots. Now it's slightly back under control. Do I got tail rudder authority? Oh yeah, smooth again. We're back. Control E mid crash. No crash physics on any of the trees on the way down the hill. What a spot. This location, though. Mountain lions. Or mountain goats, not mountain lions. The wind. I can't get this thing back to a straight and level flight at all. I'm going to have to just wing it. Was it in this spot? Or, yeah, I think it was over here. Kind of up towards the ridge. We could bring up a flight bag. And zoom out a little bit. There should be. Oh, did it end the mission when it turned into a Saving Private Ryan? Yeah, it says selected destination helipad on the map. Okay, I will. Let me turn around. Did it pick up a passenger when I hit the ground? If it did, that was a kidnapping. Let's zoom out of this map as we come around. Getting a little close to the ridge right here. I'm probably going to catch a gigantic updraft here in a second. But I'm going to try to go to this hospital out here instead of a helipad. No, it wants me to do a helipad specifically. Alright, so I want to say that there was a shoreline helipad over here to the north. Maybe just a like northwest a little bit. Over here, over yonder. Yep. So it says select a destination. Accept destination. Fly to destination. Wait a minute. Come on. Did I just kidnap somebody off of a mountain bike crashing? The bugs are just... This is great. It's a bug's life. For sure. Very entertaining. I do also enjoy that we have a nice bending of our rotor disc under the weight of the lift. I haven't really noticed too much if it changes when you're in more or less updraft, but I would hope it would. Again, I'm in a free flight, and I am trying to conduct a flight seeing mission with Hype Performance Group's H-160. Hype Performance Group said that this would be SAR ready back in 2020's version, and they never got around to it. But I have a feeling we are about to see something with this helicopter sooner than later. Again, just back to a nice, stable flight. I am going at a pretty good clip, too. 160 knots. Yup. Moving right along. We jamming. Hope you like jamming too. Come fly along. Our airport is just over here to our right. That is FMEE along the shoreline. This is the Reunion Island. Foxtrot Mike Echo Echo in the Indian Ocean. Taking the H-160 for a spin. We took it sledding through the forest. We've done a few things. It's been interesting. I will find out if I have passengers on board, and if it says like mission successful at the end when I get to this helipad, because the one that I was able to like choose as a destination is just a shoreline personal helipad. And you, again, I'm gonna put your. I'm gonna put him on the spot. I want to put his money where his mouth is. Every helipad on the planet. Oh, I was overspeeding like crazy right there. This thing wants to move, but it just keeps flying. You'd probably keep up to me in something like a MiG-3. They promised us every helipad on the planet would be modeled. So far, what I see in both the flip-out iPad over here on the right-hand side and in my avionics, that comes across as a, it's actually got an icon as a helipad in both of these avionics assistants. But I haven't seen a single one of them modeled yet. So I'm kind of last-ditch effort here going after one that I think, based off of what was there in 2020, should be a usable landing pad to see if we can get what should be a free flight ferry flight outside of career mode. I can't wait to see if this works. Let's try to come up the shore here. One of the hospitals we were looking at is actually right at our tail right now. You can see that helipad is that little red. And I suck at flying outside like that. Get a hold of it. Come on. Come on. Do the twist. Some more music. Like, all right, you're probably overspeeding the daylights out of this thing, of course. I just want to fly fast. I want to get there. This thing is definitely moving and keeping up with some pretty high rates of speed. I'm digging the modeling on this road. Ooh, look at the cliff faces. This did not look anything like this in 2020. So much more fidelity, clarity, depth, texture, variety. I can't believe they have this much detail. It looks so good. It really does. We're getting there. Let's just go. Let's just cruise for a bit. Join in. Cruising down the beach in my 1.6. Oh, man, that was bad too. Yeah, I think a lot of my problems with controlling that there was I was just trying to go too fast. That overspeed was taking control of me. When you're outside and you're not keeping track of those instruments, it's way too easy to do that. Like skipping outside to take a little peek every once in a while is cool, but to stay out there constantly, I always want to overspeed it. Smacking them horses, you know? There is still no information about how far away we are from the target, so honestly, I'm not completely confident that once we get to this spot and land, we're going to get a mission success and we're going to see people get out of the helicopter. I'm not confident in that. Am I going to test it? Why do you think we're here? As soon as I saw this option in this fold-out iPad, I was like, yeah, we're getting back on. We're getting into the sim. We're going to invite some people to join us and see what happens. It looks like the smokestack in front of us has smoke coming off of it, unless that's more just graphics ripping. That's really hard to kind of see from this distance, but that's what it looks like from here. They also said that we were supposed to be able to interact with smoke, and our rotor wash would blow those particles around as if it would in real world. And we saw that with the HEMS missions smoke, that is not the case. Oh, we got some boat traffic. Should we go say, here we go with the going outside again. Yeah, I'm going to try to just do a little flyover here of this boat. I'm not going outside for it. I do want to survive this. One little fishing boat. And there is smoke coming off the top of that building. Will the rotor wash of the 160 impact smoke? We have yet to see it. I'm curious if the fixed wing pilots out there have any experience with their engines impacting things like windsocks, you know, other soft body simulations other than grass. Grass isn't really even a soft body sim, but you know, your rotor wash still impacts it. Throws it around. Were you able to fly through anything like this anywhere else on the planet and see the effects of the great new wake turbulence affecting particle systems? Or is that still yet to be seen? Trying real hard to come in slow and low over this thing outside so we can see what happens to this. I'm not confident in it. I don't think it's going to react. I think I'm just going to fly right through it. I would like to hover in it though, you know what I mean? I don't want to just fly through it. I want to actually sit there for a second and great model though. I would call that a no. Nope, I flew right over that thing, no interaction with the particle systems. So either either all of this just hasn't been launched yet, or that isn't the kind of smoke that they were talking about. I would have thought that if it's going to be, impacting one kind of smoke, it's impacting everything. Little cargo ship action. And again, this boat traffic is supposed to be generated in sim in 30-second intervals with real traffic. Oh, that one just popped in and out. Okay, yeah. Because that's, I'm sure, exactly what's happening at this port right now, is we're just throwing boats down one little piece at a time in that instance. Oh, these two they're morphing as I get closer. Some fishing boats, some rigging out there. I'll say that these models are also a lot more high fidelity too. Little tugboats. It's a good looking tug. I still haven't even made it to the helipad. You're back outside of the helicopter. Get back in here. Home slice. There we go. Okay, so the helipad, again, we're looking at our center display with the D map on. Get a little bit closer. Let's just make a beeline for it. I'll try not to get distracted anymore. It's so hard not to in this simulator because so many different things are happening. I mean, we got mountain goats jumping on. We're basically in a toboggan down the side of a jungle. Picking up passengers in a drive-by crash. What would you call that? It was a kidnapping. There's some more boat traffic out there. How's the shoreline look? I like a lot more taller objects in Sim 2. Here's another smokestack that we're going to fly through. It looked like there was just a little bit of smoke coming off of it, but I think that was just it was that water texture behind it making it look like that. Let's see if we can get back into a hands-off configuration with it. See, once you're in that slow speed, I can clap and still fly this thing, and then I still got that real nice, smooth butter tail. Like butter. It's still the best performing helicopter I've flown in the sim so far. I forget what I paid for it. But I did get the H-145 and the action pack. And then once this thing was released, I went ahead and got this one too. Because the model of the H-145 was so impressive. How could you not want to get something with retractable landing gear? Try something new. Because the retractable landing gear on some of those mountain rescues that we've seen in the career mode, some parking brakes would help. Because as soon as you land and it goes to that cutscene, if you're on even the slightest bit of an angle, there's a lot of the times the model would start sliding down, even though the cutscene would still continue to progress. Very frustrating and completely unrealistic. Alright, we are almost on top of it. It's going to be over here on our right. Take a peek and see if we can find it. Nope, it's another ball of wires. Yep, that is what's going on. These helipads haven't been modeled yet, Jorg. Sebastian. I know you said that was going to be the case, buddy boy. I am on the island of Reunion. I have taken off from... do you see that model now? You can definitely see it a lot like as it passes through the water background, and I'm crashing again. Why? Flight back down. It's almost like the wind around it. See? There's something happening in the environment around that wire mesh. What an intriguing find. Has anyone else come across something like this where a model in sim is being generated as just a bunch of like black lines that kind of resemble one of those atom balls that you like kind of pull apart, and they expand as you pull on them. You push them back together, they get smaller. That's kind of what this model looks like. I forget what those things are called. But that's what I'm experiencing when I'm coming close to this area. And then when I get over the top, oh, I see the H on the ground. It's almost like it started to model it as we came close. You see it there? Just inside the parking lot almost. That's a very tight spot. And I flew over it. I haven't landed yet. We're back in the cockpit and it has said mission complete. Absolutely hysterical. I'm not even on the ground. This, I mean, okay, but we have, wow, the air around this place is so violent right now. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. It's coming at me from like my backside too. Landing gear are down, and ooh, if I make it, we're in. Okay, so here we are. We're at another helipad. Finally, right here, LFEHB. So it even has an ICAO code right there. If I submit the report, it submits it, and it says done and finished. We just completed a mission before we even landed. However, we're still in free flight. And they had talked about making this search and rescue. Search and rescue ready. Very, very cool. I almost don't know what to do next. Like, okay, so that's one thing we've kind of confirmed. We definitely discovered that there's a ridiculous amount of glitches in it. We picked up our passengers from the side of a mountain. See here, our wind is actually impacting the trees here. You can see the side of the trees are undulating under the rotor wash, even the top of the palm. But the smoke simulators aren't. But regardless of all the bugs that we've discovered, oh, am I a little ADD today or what? This is so exciting though. What a discovery. Out of nowhere. Surprise, surprise. Surprise, motherfucker. Okay, I digress. I dye the grass. But once we get some of these bugs and other findings in front of the right people, you know, this is just getting us closer to what we want out of the sim. This is free flight missions capable aircraft. Yes, it's a third-party plug-in, but it was a third-party model in 2020. Cool. You know what I mean? So what if we don't like the base career sim that's inside of Microsoft? We could still use a third-party plug-in like Hype Performance Group's Action Pack in place of it, and then be able to do HEMS missions around the world anywhere you want, right? Because in this menu right here, I'm gonna zoom in on this one more time and show you what's going on with this, right? In this menu, it has an option available if we back out. Not back out, we should have gone up. There we go, up, right? We have the HPG missions transport, and then we have 2 copies of Connect to Scenario Editor on my PC. This existed in 2020. And it's semi-functional in 2024. It's semi-functional in 2024. I can't believe this. Has anyone else tried this before? I haven't seen any reports of anyone getting into one of these choppers yet and trying something like this. I want to know. Yeah, Thomas, it is going to be amazing. It is absolutely going to be amazing. I agree completely. Because you remember, we had different mission sets. We could do the fire rescues, like it was a gas station or something, oil station, oil refinery fires, missions on the roads where, you know, there's ambulance and stuff and everything like that. And see if I could pull this up. I mean, okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will say this right now. If this system crashes, this stream is just going to automatically stop. I'll try to generate a new one as quickly as possible. But what I'm going to try to do right now is actually pull up the HPG Action Pack and show you what's happening here. So this is what it looked like inside of 2020. We have a mission editor. These are all the missions that I created for 2020, and it was just a mission that you can kind of go back to. You could share them, you know, the files were shareable and you could load them in. But you could also plan scenarios, your choice, hoist or off-site landing. So we're going to plan a scenario in here and just see what happens. Let's close the flight bag and back. We're going to zoom out of this map. So far, it's actually holding together quite stable, by the way. I was a little worried that it was going to crash, but no, it didn't. So here we go. We are just to the east of Madagascar, St. Denis. Our aircraft is parked somewhere over yonder. If we bring up the flight bag... Okay, that one's on the top of the window. So we're gonna put it a little bit like this. I see the track over here. I see. All right. So let's get the hype up. All right. As I start coughing, it looks like I can see a track here. There's the helipad. So now if I go start location here, as I left click and release the left click mouse button, it used to just drop a pin there and that would be your start location. However, I'm not touching the mouse, but as soon as I just move the mouse, it's bound to the map. If I right click away, you don't drop the pin of a start location. If you were to go to like a hospital site, we're going to go to the select and move option and come up to a hospital. St. Denis has one by the bridge. We'll do the same thing with the hospital. We're going to put a hospital landing site. I'm going to do the same left click, let go, and now see if I move the mouse, it still hasn't dropped the pin. This time it didn't grab onto the map and take it with the cursor. It's just not dropping a pin or recognizing that I'm doing that. If I go to cancel, all right, it's stuck to the map. This still in the upper right hand corner says export for Microsoft Flight Simulator. That was what it said in 2020. Connected aircraft doesn't show anything. However, what I'm also seeing is that the app version is still the 1049 and it is the latest version. Of course, there's other things in here that could use an update like the 160, the 45, the balloon, the 135 freeware, the GTN 750, you know, those are all things that could use an update, but I haven't done anything with it since the launch of 2024, so I'm not really worried about it. Just, yeah, I might look into this a little bit more and get some more information on it, but just to give you guys an idea, all right, we've been conducting these missions inside of a free flight, avoiding career mode. Now, if I go into completed missions here, every one of these icons is a mission that I have completed in 2020. All right, I have a lot of experience with this sim in 2020. And yeah, covering literally the entire world. You can see even where we are now, that has never had a SAR heli mission done on it, and I want it. It's such a dynamic location. But this gives me hope that one day soon that we are not going to have to deal with the clunkiness of the career mode out of the box. Like if you guys haven't downloaded or bought any of the 2024 product yet, there may become a time when you hear a report from us streamers that are like, hey, you know what, things are changing dramatically. They've got a lot of stuff fixed, and this is one of the fixes. We now have HEMS missions, SAR missions, and SAR-Hoist missions available in the free flight menu. Do you want to put on live traffic when you do that? Go right ahead. The option's available. I think it's right around the corner. This is very, very, very good news. And come on, the new trees in this simulator and the way they are reacting to the wake turbulence, I'm in for it. I'm absolutely in for it. Let's close down that flight bag one more time. We're going to close up this menu. I'm going to save a little bit more for that for later. Should we put some... we'll put the Flappy Bird back on. Flubber, get ready. Does it work? We didn't test it. It sure do. Come on. So if all of this functionality is still carried over from 2020 to 2024, it has to be right around the corner that is what they're going to be doing. It has to be. What? Nah. You know what I'm saying? There's no way around it. It's coming. This should be exciting news for absolutely everybody. Share this news right here with everyone you know that flies HEMS missions. It's an H-160. I think this is our solution to free flight missions. This helicopter is going to take us off the ground for free flight missions. This is it. What's love got to do? It's too many music references. This is the spot, though. FME. Can you see why I wanted this as my home base? You want to check out some of the hospital landing pads? I mean, we did pass one up that's not too far away over here. I want you guys to join in on this flight. I want to be able to see if we can truly see other real-time pilots in the air. And one of these days, I want to put a swarm in the air to get a formation of like 30 choppers in the air. By the way, I want to thank all of my subscribers for following the content. You guys are amazing. I hope you are enjoying this video as much as I am. This is some extremely exciting news, guys. This is awesome. This is groundbreaking. Again, I can clap. I'm a hands-off pilot, people. I got an aircraft that trims. I got an aircraft that already has a working iPad built in with missions that aren't in a career mode. Get it? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hands off, baby. Woohoo! I can trim it while it flies, and it holds. The tail rotor doesn't have that jerk to it. It's just smooth. That's unique in so many different ways to every other helicopter being in sim right now. It is a little disappointing that a third-party developer comes up with something that's a better flight model. I mean, I do know that Hype was working closely with Microsoft, Asobo, and the rest of the team to do this. I mean, they were actually at one of the launch events, if I'm not mistaken, describing some of their equipment. They're working closely with them. So wow, look at that. Wow, wow. What a view. Look at the back of the head. Good shot. I need to get these cameras worked out. I know I'm over speeding, but I can't get the camera set up inside the chopper right now. So I'll just hand fly it from outside. Or hands off fly it from outside. Hand fly it. Nope. Still clapping. Because this is worth a clap. Clap on. Now we're going to start some commercial references. No commercials here. Not monetized. Not sponsored. This is all just raw feedback. Raw learning in real time. This is what the launch of 2024 brought us. That's what this channel is all about. Yes, I am search and rescue mission oriented, and I think I have just unwrapped a gift for a whole bunch of people. At least I hope so. I want to get a fleet of H-160s in the air. I don't know how expensive these are going to be, if they are even available in the career mode. I think that might actually even be something interesting to play around with, you know? I mean, I've had some fun playing those missions in the career. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm not doing it. I've put in quite a few hours already in that mode. I'm getting familiar with it. It's buggy, of course, but I'm in for it. But the fact that I've got a smooth H-160 that I am not touching anything other than the controls right now. All I'm touching is pedals. She's trimmed. This is it. Let's get a fleet of these going in my airline, and let's just start planting these things all around the planet. It's such a good looking model. It's such a great island. The diverse terrain, animal life. We've already seen mountain goats chilling up there in a place where there should have been a helipad, but there was just forest and what looked to be buildings alongside a road on the edge of a cliff. But come on, man. Take a flight. Hop in. FMEE, Foxtrot, Mike, Echo, Echo. Do it. You know you want to. Let's get some people on here. I'm on the East server. I'm going to be here for a while. I'm going to explore more of this island. I'm going to go to the heliport by the hospital first, and then I'm going to get back to what we're going to do a lot earlier, and we're going to take a little cruise over to the volcano and see what that looks like. I have not been to an island that looks this good yet. I will admit that I haven't been all the way around the world yet. I mean, how could I? But I've been to some places. And this one's got candles on it. This is such a diverse area for SAR missions. And it just looks good. All right, so while we're in a nice steady, let's get ready. Oh, I think I'm incredibly zoomed in first of all. Yeah. So we'll start with a little bit of a zoom action. We got a little too close to our Flappy Bird. Let's shut him down. Does anyone out there experience seeing a number on a consistent basis? Like it's just a number that you wind up running across several times a day or whatever, or just at random, maybe a couple times a month. I'm looking at the clock on this thing, and it says 8:46. The number that I can't get away from is 8:47. I don't know why that is, but 847 shows up in my life almost every day. Yeah, I recognize it. It's bizarre. Sidebar. All right, so our helipad is in view. Hospital is right there. Ooh, see, we have both helipads available here. We have the original 2020 version still on the ground. It's right by my tail rotor right side right now. And then there is a second helipad that's built up above the ground. The hospital itself doesn't look like it has been modeled much more. You can actually see some of like the building designs sort of flat mapped onto the ground. You know, that photogrammetry is just flat on the earth, just like we saw in 2020. But the both helipads are here, old and new. There's my 847. Yep. This chopper. All right. Let's see what the ground effect does in this spot. She comes down real hard. No land. She comes down real hard. See, when you get around these helipads, a lot of the times what I'm experiencing right now is an excessive amount of ground effect that is anything but realistic. It throws you around like some kind of rag doll. As I cross the threshold, really difficult to fly it from this side, but let's see what it does. It was a little bit wider than the stance of the helipad itself as far as that reactive zone of ground effect. But let's see if we're tracking our landings in 2024 the same way we were in 2023. So if we were to go into our menu systems here, we would be able to track the data. Put this one in the middle here. So I would hit this data button, and then you can kind of go through and get different reports out of it, and then you can go to next, and it used to track landing cycles. So now we have 2 landing cycles. So that part of it's working. Okay. All right. To the volcano. Get them landing gear coming up. Put a little speed on it. I'm going to get back in so I don't overspeed on our way out. Everybody knows by now that when I'm outside, I like to overspeed these things. Especially this helicopter. She just wants to fly. Great buildings. I love it. See, we're getting that nose down attitude again. I need to get back into my flight stable condition and retrim. I'll bring that power back just a wee. Get that torque somewhere around the 50s. With the wind, and my cyclic sensitivities are still a little bit jerky too at times, but I think that's just this HOTAS. It's not top of the line or anything like that. There's a gigantic dead spot in the center stick. Bring my power back just a little bit. I can feel it wanting to overspeed already. But I want to get to the volcano. I want to see what it looks like, if there's any lava up inside of it or anything. I highly doubt it, but the adventurous side of me has to go see. Plus, there is another hospital over there that we could adventure to as well. Get an idea if it's the exact same helipad there as it is at the one we just took off from. Again, way back in this series, you know, we were actually starting this in the 2020 simulator, trying to find a location. So what I plan on doing is putting some side-by-side video together of both the 2020 and 2024 flights through this same area, so we can get it just a true representation of the difference between the 2 versions. But I mean, if you were watching any of those videos back then, you can tell. It's night and day. I think we're just going to enjoy some scenery for a little bit. What do you think? It flies so good. Looks like some more boat traffic out in the distance. Mark, so, okay. No, not SAR. This is a discovery we're making right now. Okay? Check this out, brother. I'm in the H-160 Airbus, designed by Hype Performance Group. You get in the cockpit, it's got this same... Oh, I don't need to tweak the stick for this. I'm hands off. I'm clapping at you and using my puddles. That's it. This thing is the most stable, trimmable aircraft in sim right now. I'm not in a SAR mission. I'm in free flight with a workable iPad, and I could swap this bad boy out and go into a mission set. HPG missions transports, and this is working. This is dope AF. I can't believe I just came across this. I wanted to try out what was going on, and it worked, man. This thing, if you go back in this video at any point, you'll see that we've actually it's got some bugs, don't get me wrong. Okay, we wound up picking up one of our passengers by like tobogganing down the side of a cliff. It was comical. Crash physics were on, and it still did. Yeah, okay, it was hilarious. It's in the video, you'll love it. Okay, but this is in free flight. I didn't have to buy anything on, and I bought the helicopter back in 2020, and this is the action pack from HPG that was in 2020. We've even brought this bad boy back into the mix. You remember this guy? High Performance Group's Ops Center, where you could create your own missions. It's recognizing where our aircraft is, but it's not letting us create missions there. This is an OMG moment. Thomas said it earlier. You're saying it now. This is what I've been waiting for. And I'm in a stable helicopter. Yeah, the 135 is pretty cool. Don't get me wrong. I like the 135. Have you tried the 160 though? I could change your mind, especially after this type of performance. It's worth it. I'm hands off. Clap, clap, clippity clap. This is the most incredible chopper in sim right now. It's better than the 225. It's better than anything, third party or not. Even the 145. Yeah, man, getting those squared away would be a good idea. I want to upgrade my pedals so bad. And I'm really tempted to start getting into VR. I haven't touched it yet. I haven't even seen this sim in VR yet. And it's killing me at this point, especially with this upgrade in graphics. I just don't know how I would react to it if I would have some kind of like, you know, motion sickness or anything like that going on. But no, man. I will say that the flaw about this aircraft is all of the damage on the outside of this thing. Like the scratches on these windows are stupid. It looks like this thing came into a blender though. Yeah, it does look amazing except for anything glass. Yeah, I have never even tried anything other than a HOTAS for this sim. If you put the landing lights down, they literally fold out from underneath the airframe. The extension of the landing gear is just a really nice, smooth. I'm hands off again, man. I'm just flying this, bro. Sim Plaza. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got me a co-pilot up in here. He's a little bit of a cutie. She's got some glasses on. I haven't really seen too many people doing any cinematic movements in this thing either. Here's another really cool little feature that we've already kind of went over one time in the video too. You know how you got these little gill windows over here? Knock it open, it comes open. All right, well, if you go back outside of the aircraft while you do that, that little gill window is being displayed in real time as open. The flight model on this thing, the modeling is simply everything we're supposed to be getting out of this simulator from every aircraft. I'm in love with this thing. I've seen it with the hoist on it. I've used it in 2020 with the hoist. It's not an option here right now. When they brought this variant, or I should even just say this model, the H-160 itself, when it came over from 2020, the search and rescue variant wasn't even an option in 2020 because Hype never got around to making it one. But there isn't even a paint scheme for either the H-145 or the H-160 to do any search and rescue missions. So there's still a lot of work for them to do behind the scenes with this. But as far as like just out of the box, yeah, I can't compare it to any other chopper. She's also got some pretty cool nighttime features. Let's see if we can't turn the lights out here super quick. Again, hands off flying while we do this. I hate the way it stutters when you get into this, but we're going to turn the lights down low. Ooh. Ooh. What's up with the Jimmy Jam? All right, it's all blacked out. What if we went inside and turned on some lights? Hey. What's up? 2024. This channel is about comparing the two. I've got a winner. 6 days in, we're not even a full week in after this launch right now. 2024 all day long, guys. Look at the bloom on this. That heli is found at Hype Performance Group. So if I bring up that little app again, I think I'm going to just probably wind up bringing this thing into a hover. Hype Operations Center. I enjoy the hell out of this game. This is so much fun. I've been involved with flight basically my entire life. I fly RC helicopters. I've got my grandfather's handmade RC biplanes still. You know, it's been a part of my life as long as I can remember, dude. And this is one of the most relaxing things I do with my spare time. There's nothing like it. And look at the graphics we're getting out of this bad boy right now. Thank you, Mr. Satan Hell. I agree completely. This is cool AF. Yes, sir. We are in an Airbus H-160. Hype Performance Group's, in my opinion, best model, even more so than the 145. I do like this nighttime view. I can find the moon here up in the sky. Before, it used to be just giant up here. Not anymore. They've got it modeled to be an appropriate size. Things have changed dramatically. Look at, you can even see the cabin lights inside on the roof of the helicopter up here from outside. All of the passengers have gone away, but oh, there they are. You just get a little closer and they pop back in. But you get a little far away. I'd like to see them change that proximity issue a little bit. Again, there's just some things to work through. But she's pretty. And I'm hands off. This is the only trimmable aircraft I've flown so far. I've enjoyed all the missions. They're frustrating as hell, but I've enjoyed them all. Some of the worst are the ones where they're sending you into the mountains to do a search and rescue. Not a search and rescue hoist, but just a regular search and rescue mission, and your survivor is buried in the thick woods. Why is it jacked? Is it like key binding issues, or is it more like performance that it's jacked up? Ooh, I don't like the way it goes through that absolutely ridiculous transition back to daytime where it just overexposes it. Engine errors and shutdowns. Turn them off. If you could turn that kind of thing off in your settings. Practice it without it. There's so many bugs in the sim right now. Even in 2020, you could turn those sort of options off if you go into your fold out. You get back into the menu system and go into your settings, right? You can change some of these things about the aircraft. My pleasure. All right, so there's mission settings that you could do in here, and then you can go back in and let's see if you go into aircraft. You have all of these settings here too that you can change. All right, I've got to get a little altitude before I crash into the side of this mountain while I'm showing you this. Everyone knows I'm synonymous for overspeeding, so I'm paying a little too much attention. But these are all of those sort of options that you should be looking into when you want to stabilize your aircraft. You can tweak these settings inside of here a little bit. Go into the options menu, and you can get this thing dialed in. You can even change out your GTN to a different version. You can put different equipment on it. Storage covers, wind and ice covers. Change your crew and payload. Yeah, I actually had a customer, it's in one of my thumbnails, I had a customer that was actually sticking his head through the top of the airplane. And then when I got into the hoist missions over the oil rigs, I wound up having one of the ground workers stuck to the aircraft by proximity. So just because I was like over the top of this guy, he got stuck to the aircraft when he was close, but when I got further away, he just dropped back onto the helipad of the oil rig. There's so many glitches that are still here. Some of them are absolutely hysterical. I've seen some buildings that are stretched out to like a mile. It is fun to watch the different glitches. It certainly is. It's also fun to fly around in spots like this. The wind over these ridges is extremely hard to deal with sometimes. They're pumping updates almost hourly, I think. I think what they're doing is kind of like putting packet fixes out there every once in a while. I'll still get a CTD randomly. And then when I come back, that thing that I was working in has all of a sudden changed like the way it looks or operates or something like that. And it's happening in real time. Then you go back, you close the sim down, shut it down, let it breathe for a little bit, let your cache clear out of your computer, and then restart it. Yeah, man, this thing is dope. There's our volcano. What do you mean by the version number? Oh, this is 2024. I'm in 2024. The reason it kind of looks a little bit like 2020 is just because I got my graphics down a little bit while I stream, just to kind of save that, you know, internet bandwidth. The biggest difference you see, though, is still like where the trees and topography are being generated on the planet, and then your little bubble around your aircraft. When you get low to the ground, it starts to get more high fidelity. But just while I'm streaming, I'm bringing my graphics down a bit to just keep the internet bandwidth up so it handles the stream and the sim. And I'm working on a pretty old graphics card. I'll put up my specs again so you can see what's going on here, right? This is pretty amazing as far as I'm concerned. It's a Ryzen Threadripper 2950X. I do have 128 gigabytes of RAM, but it's still only running a 2080 Ti. And there's only one of them. And I'm on a Wi-Fi network. So, you know, I got kind of a reason to dumb things down a little bit while I'm in a stream. But yeah, this is 2024. So I'm actually in a free flight in 2024, and I was able to actually complete a transport mission with this H-160 just using the fold-out iPad. I wonder if Flat Earth people play this. I think even if they did play it, they would be like, well, the same people that are hiding the Flat Earth from us made the game. They're all in on it. This is an amazing, amazing location. FME, I am in the Indian Ocean right now. If you guys want to fly along, I am on an east server right now. Laser beam nuts. Yeah, I mean, it is to a degree. But my mentality overall is this. To each their own. Listen, if that's what you want to believe in, go down that rabbit hole. Just don't bring me with you. You know what I mean? I have an opinion, you have an opinion, and that's what we were given when we were born. Have it. It's yours. Do with it what you will. That's it. I could watch you spiral down in life by you having, I'm just going to sit back and people watch while they do it too. So, it's just, it turns out to be entertainment at the end of the day. Live and let live. Live and let die. Me and the music references, I don't know why. I am a musician, although I'm playing drums for 40 years, so I suppose I have music in my blood, but I always do stupid music references. That's my quirk. I don't believe in a flat earth, but I believe in everything should have a soundtrack. Oh, absolutely not a sublogic. Am I in the crater? I think I am. I think I made it to the top. These clouds are super thick where I'm at right now, but I think I'm at oh, it's really hard to tell where I am on the map with all of these. On the map. Okay, so the crater's still a little bit off to my right over here. And I can integrate the flight bag directly into this too. I most certainly will, Satan. It's good to see you again, man. Thanks for joining us. Good to have you here, man. We'll be back doing this again some more. Do it. Play all night. That's what it's here for. You can join us. I'm in a live session too right now. I'm on the East server. Just go ahead and get online. Join us. Fly along. Put a swarm in the air. Trying to find a nice spot to come down in. I'm close to the volcano's cone. I'm trying to look for a clearing to get through here. Yeah, man. I haven't even been to the Grand Canyon in 24 yet. I've been so busy trying to get to the Hoist missions in career. It is definitely a place I want to go, man. I've heard so much about it, and of course, they had their launch out there. I did not go to that, which I wish I could have, but either way, how does it look, dude? Is it really as good as it looks? mouth of the volcano. Coming in. It's such a stable platform. She just wants to float. Reunion Island. We are in the East Indian Ocean, West Indian Ocean. I keep saying East. FMEE. Foxtrot, Mike, Echo, Echo. Fly along. I am in the East USA server right now. Control settings take forever. Especially when the glitch in the system is reverting your settings back to a different aircraft every single time or causing a crash. I spent so much time in settings. Ooh, look at what? There's no way this could be. How could you mistake this for 2020? But see how when I get close there, those graphics are still fantastic. Yeah, that's a shame, man. Because, man, this is unreal. Even you can see like the dark green area growing up the side of this rock face, like a moss would. Just the different biomes that they've created in this version, where you get to see the different types of rock textures come through and blend in with the other foliage. It's truly amazing what they have done. As many glitches as there are, bravo, guys. This is sick. That's about what mine is. I built this thing about in mine's 10 years old now. 2014 is when I built this one. I actually built it as a workstation so I could edit video and things along those lines. I had no idea of using it as a flight simulator because at that point I was just too busy in school and whatnot, and it wasn't on the list. Things settled down and I opened it up. AMD FX 850. Yeah. Okay. 32. I'm not sure if RAM plays a super big role in this. I think having a fast drive to cache to is going to be a priority, in internet speed. Graphics card, obviously, you're going to have to talk about an RTX, but again, I'm all the way down to a 2080 Ti, and I'm still pushing some decent graphics. I'm happy with it. It looks fantastic. Gigabit 1616 SC6 GM. All right, well, hey, if it works for you, you know what I mean? It took me a while to get to where this is at right now. This is not something that just happened overnight. I'm no Bezos. Yeah, man, this thing is looking absolutely fantastic. I wonder if we could throw some lightning in here. This is one thing I also haven't experienced in Sim. I might be a little too high to get into this right now, but let's see what happens. Oh, it's actually checked off on live weather again. Did I not deselect that earlier? I know I did. That's how we got back to the clear skies. But let's try a light thunderstorm. Or do we have... Well, the thunderstorm should have... Ooh, all right. Are we going to see some lightning? Ugh. Not bad. I love how three-dimensional these clouds look as you're going around them. Even as you're kind of orbiting the camera through, you get a parallax on the cloud. Okay, so we've also heard that windshield wipers work. I don't even see rain on the windshield wiper, or on the windshield. Okay, we do. I've got some blades here. I should be high enough over the top of everything. Let's check out one of the greatest systems this helicopter has, SVS. Oh, we are going to be coming into an impact here soon. So let's IILS this bad boy right here. Terrain, terrain, pull up, pull up. It's a phenomenal feature of this chopper. Any flight condition, I can still conduct missions. I can avoid that terrain without even looking outside of my glass. Wipers. I don't know. Hard to tell. Hard to tell. I think I need to turn my eyes back on, though. Interesting test, though. Interesting test. I couldn't really see it. I don't think there was enough contrast between what was going on there. Yeah, but when you come out of it and that weather changes, that butter turns to a little bit of cottage cheese. So I think we should see the interior a little bit more, because some of what goes on back here, if I remember where I'm at on the island right now. I'm around the back side. This is a restricted flight area. This is just another great thing that they've got included in this, is this blue dotted line around the volcano to say that, hey, this is restricted airspace that's being broadcast live in there like that. Accurate data. Great fidelity on the image. Very cool. Who else do you fly with? Wait a minute. Do you... Brett plays? I think I've seen you when Brett plays. I love flying with him, man. I always like get on his wing and fly formations with him. Just about any aircraft he's in. Sometimes I'll, if I don't have that aircraft, I'll jump into something like the MiG-3 or F-22. But yeah, dude, Brett plays is great. Awesome. Yeah, I've been doing it since the 80s, but sporadically. Life happens and you kind of get away from it for a second. But lately, this is like where I spend a lot of my free time. Obviously, I mean, if you guys can see how many videos I posted about my journey to this point in 2024 within the last 6 days, I've been trying to get as much content out there for you guys as possible to give you, some insight into getting to missions for SAR-Hoist, because that is a BS journey. Since the 80s. Yeah, those were good years, my man. Rhode Island is something that is gotta look really good in this sim, actually. That's a beautiful part of our country. Cape Cod, too. What do we got down here? I did see some wild horses running around this island at one point, too. Have you run into any animals yet? I love the fact that you can just hands-off fly this bitch around the world. So I've seen cows, horses, mountain goats so far, man. And they actually react to the helicopter's proximity. So when you get close to like a herd, they recognize it and scatter. When I'm doing some of the flight seeing missions, I'll come across some of these towns in like Wiesbaden, Germany or whatever, where there's going to be cattle out there. I've actually been there. And yeah, we did that in one of the flight seeing missions for one of our passengers. What is the stream coming across for you guys live right now? Is it 1080 or 720? Medium settings, but 4096 by 21 sec. Yeah, okay, that's got to look great. I like how Brett's got that triple setup going. 720. Okay. I know that when you go back and rewatch later, I think it up-reses to 1080. But are you watching it on a phone? Because it's 720. I mean, honestly, you're just saving bandwidth on your phone, and it should be a pretty smooth stream for you. That's kind of my thinking of it. It should be a pretty clean image. I haven't had any glitching other than like in and out of the weather menus. .42-inch 4K Vizio. How does it look? It's fantastic. Awesome. That's great. On a 2080 Ti. That's comical. Everyone's so concerned about like what their system specs are going to be, man. That's all I'm working with. I mean, there is a thread ripper in there. So this is another one that really helps out with performance is multi-threading. All right, it's a 32 thread chip. The chipset on this is a workhorse. Let's go for a dive. Dive right in. And this SVS system. Yep. But here's the one thing I don't like about this chopper, and I wish there was a way we could turn windshield effects just clean off, is when they start to get in a glare like that, these things literally just look like spaghetti on the windshield. It's kind of jacked up. Yeah, dude, the panel in this thing is fantastic. Overall, this is just a great airframe. And to be able to have SAR missions in free flight on this airframe would just make it even better. I wonder what's running around on the ground down here. West. We should probably come across, I would think, something. I do know at one point, though, if I'm in the same canyon, this thing comes to an abrupt end. You kind of have room to get out. I am getting thrown around pretty good by some updrafts. That is for sure. We're not hands off anymore. Yeah, it's way too much. I think I might have. Oh, those are. I think those are rocks. Yep, those are rocks off the right side right there. Come on, baby, get back under control. Let's get in some clean air. What a location. Hopefully you can see why I wanted this to be my base of operations in 24. I mean, for search and rescue, the variety is just absolutely everything. Straight up like a movie, absolutely. I'm in Jurassic Park. There's something a third-party developer should do on this island is model some Brontosaurus, some Stegosaurus. Let's get some Velociraptors running around this bad boy. Forget Dune. Let's get... Yep, that's what we need to do. Let's get some dinosaurs right on this island. Who's in on it? Which developers are going to do that? Jurassic Park, Flight Sim 2024. Coming to a 43-inch PC near you. I think here comes the end. I still haven't seen anything running around. I don't want to get too close to the ground this deep in the valley because if I'm not mistaken, this thing comes to just a stop. Yep, yes it does. Well, or if I try to ridge. Wow, rock face. Let's get the EFB off here. We will try to do a little external flight here. I don't know how this is going to work out with the wind up the ridges here. But we'll try to see if we can get some graphics here. Up close and personnel. If I'm not mistaken, this might even be the helicopter that they are dropped off on to the island in the movie, wasn't it? But is that a waterfall? Did you see this thing coming out on the left side of the screen? It's actually shining a little bit. I don't know if this is a glitch or a waterfall. Will it shine in the light again? I know there's no light down here, but it was definitely reflective. Yeah, that's a great chopper too. I like the 222. I've got that one. I don't know if it's version 2.2 though. I do want to see some dinosaurs in here. Let's get the same company with that they borrowed the zoo animals from to work on some dinosaur models. We're opening a suggestion box. This is just the spot right here. I haven't seen anything clinging onto the mountains over here either yet. Although I haven't been back to the spot where we found them. I haven't seen any flocks of birds either. I mean, they did put seagulls, I think, in like Alaska or something like back in 2020, but I haven't run into any flocks yet. This is the first time I've actually like put any time into like trying to find other fauna. There's another glitch or a waterfall coming down right there, real nice and blue right off the front of the, and then it kind of goes away. Interesting. I wonder if that is truly meant to be a waterfall or if that's a little bit of the UV mapping that has tear in it. I don't know where that water would be coming from in an area like that, but no, that's not a waterfall. There's a little bit of a tear in the UV mapping on the way up the ridge. Sweet. Look at this spot. Yeah, okay, that's just a straight hole. That is just a straight up hole. Man, we okay, now it's like Airwolf. That's where Airwolf comes out. And I know we got one of those choppers in here. There's a cinematic waiting to be happy. Yeah, okay. Who's going to jump on that one? Let's drop the Airwolf in the hole. Some snacks. Let's get some snacks. Chewing in the mic. I don't know if I want to go down in this cavern right here. Where are we at? Are we at the beginning of it or the end? It's really hard to tell if this is a ravine that keeps going around. It looks like it's just the edge of a cliff all the way around. It doesn't really look more like a ravine. Well, at least on that map. I can't really see past the clouds. Brian coming in. I don't know if I've seen him come in yet. Is he coming into the airport FMEE, or is he just going to come into the stream for a second? Check this out. I want to see if we can get another dude on here that has the 160 to see if we're getting duplicate models for people in the same server. You know what I mean? Just the smoothest chopper I've ever. This thing is just butter. The tail rotor movement. I mean, there's nothing about this thing that sucks. Not a damn thing. Even the fact that the missions only worked on one helipad, it still worked. And it's only a transfer of a person. It's not a SAR heli. It's like a ferry flight. Hola. Buenos dias. How you doing? Welcome aboard. We are exploring the island of dreams. This is Reunion Island. We're in the West Indian Ocean right now, flying the Airbus H160 by the Hype Performance Group. Good to meet you too, man. Brian, welcome aboard. Good stuff. This is by far one of the most incredible islands that we've seen so far. And the HPG just happens to have a working fold-out iPad in it with maps that have missions. Passenger transport. And now also I'm in a flippin' free flight. Now in the older version, we used to be able to pick this up and like literally create our own. Dig it. Let's do it. I'm in. When you back out a little bit, it gives you the mission. Okay, so this is somewhere new. This is a spot we haven't been, but I guarantee you this is another one of these airports. It's just in the middle of a jungle. What are we calling it? Unknown name. Yeah, and you can see the icons for trees are just burying it. It doesn't give you the distance. It does give you coordinates, but it used to like display all of that information here. Even if you move this over to plan, it just kind of changes it. It used to show you the distance, so there's still a couple things that don't work with it, but this is the only chopper in sim right now that has the flight display system that shows you that sick butter. So you can fly this thing at, the autopilot's fantastic. I'm trimmed right now. I'm a hands-off pilot. My hands aren't on the controls. I'm not even on autopilot, but it's trimmable too. So not only does it have good autopilot, I'm hand flying it. Relatively slowly, but she's moving. I know. It's everyone's point of contention, man. Trim is everything. Because you're sitting there in an arm wrestling match the whole time. It's kind of like you're on a spring stick. It does give you a little bit of an interesting feedback feel, but yeah, it gets to be a little much very, very soon. It happens quick. Have you noticed that the wind turbines are actually moving this time around too? There's two models, one that moves and one that don't. Yeah, even that's a nice improvement. And you're not seeing like big clumps of them anymore. Like we got a nice line here. It's not even a straight line, but they're being modeled more accurately. Even something as simple as that is nice. Every chopper in sim is like that. If you let go of that stick for any amount of time, smash. Sorry, I don't mean to keep clapping. It's just so much fun. Hands free. Especially because it gives you the opportunity to really kind of like take a better look at the environment around you and get an idea of just how many improvements they made. So where on the island are we right now? I believe, yeah, we're right where these horses are. So they say that these are migratory patterns that they are actually tracking of these animals. So technically, if there was a herd of horses out here before, it should still be here. A heli stick and rudder. It varies on the individual helicopter and how its flight model is first. But the second is to understand the curves and the sensitivities. Using a little bit of the dead end at the top of the curve is kind of important sometimes. But again, it depends on the aircraft. CH Products flight stick and pro pedals. See, it's not even really about the equipment. It's more about the settings in sim. She's so smooth. That butter tail movement. This thing is absolutely perfect. Yes. Exciting is exactly what the word is. I couldn't have said it better myself. As soon as I got this open, I was like, I'm going live, and I'm going live right now. This is happening. I threw a thumbnail together, and I was like, boom. This needs to be shared with everybody. It's so precise. I love it. I could not ask for anything more except for a usable hoisting platform in free flight. I want that action pack that we had in 2020 just converted to 2024. Carbon copy that bastard. If you can do it with the EFB that is in there already, you've got a really good platform, and I know it's just a matter of time. This looks like a solar field we just flew over that isn't modeled out properly. Interesting. I haven't seen any of these horses yet, though. I know they're here. They gotta be. But they do migrate, too. So, I mean, they're on the move. They gotta be just chilling. And again, but he just turns around like, hey, what's up? I wonder how I'm doing on fuel. I've been up here for a hot minute. Still got 1 hour and 38 minutes left. I'm sitting at 442 kilograms. There's that solar field, at least what looks like a solar field, all those rectangles along the road. I don't know. Or are we just not generating buildings again? Could be my low settings. All right, so let's come in here for just a moment. See, I was cruising too. This thing was cooking at 140, that smooth too. Yo, diggity. The more I fly this thing, the more I don't want to go back to a career mode. I just want to sit here and explore the planet in this helicopter. Until they get all those bugs fixed. I don't know. We might have to take a break from search and rescue hoist until they get it working. I don't know. I'm addicted. Glad you know now. HPG H160. Coming at you. This thing is beautiful. Don't you think? She thinks so. She's kind of cute. Here, this looks like another solar farm coming up here. Let's pull back. Let's pull back. See, I want to see these generated. I want to see these have some three-dimensionality to them. She doesn't like to settle back down very well, though. Once you go into that hard stop, she bucks. Plus, again, I'm going to barely touch my cyclic. Like, I am moving just inside of the dead space at the center stick, and I can get the aircraft to react. That's how the way I have my settings set up in my sim. It's giving me that much sensitivity on it, so I barely need any input. It's like the flex of the muscle of the wrist. It's all it really becomes. And it's just butter every damn time. But it doesn't come out the same way in every helicopter, and sometimes it doesn't work to that same degree at all. It really does depend on how well they modeled the control surfaces in the helicopter itself in conjunction with the settings. Loving every minute of it. Still no horses. I think we're getting a lot of speed right now. I kind of lost it on that one and overreacted with my wrist. Talking about it and failing at the demo. But you still got that little howdy doody wave in that butt, don't you? Oh, I got it. I got to be just booking it. Yeah, there's 140. Easy, boy. Should we try another mission? Let's come into the EFB, pop this bad boy open. Well, the destination is already set. Should we find him? I'm not too far off. I forgot all about that. Yeehaw. What do we got? Is that one in the field right there? There's something down there. I got something. That I believe is an animal. He's moving. We got an animal. Tally ho. I'm going to try to do this from inside of the helicopter so I can just gain control without scaring him away real quick. I've got him out of that little gill window up to my right foot. Now he's just over the top. He's right there. See if there's actually a little herd going in there. Let's see if I can't landing gear down this bad boy real quick and see what happens when we park next to these things. See them all? They're coming into view right now. There, they start to scatter. They're cows. Ooh. Hop skippity. Oh, these are water ox. Water buffalo? Oh. Hold on. Wait a minute. Did you see me rolling down the hill? Haha. I don't know how I recovered from that. That was hysterical. They're still here, though. Why didn't my brakes work? Let's get back into the chopper. It's so much easier to fly from inside from here. Once I get back into a steady... Man, ground effect on a slope. Good stuff. All right, let's kind of get a view going here where I can see my... Rough landing. Rough landing. Rough. Sort of. We're down. The parking brake. Parking brake. Boom. Now we can stop ourselves on the hill. Wasn't it the equal key to get out for this one? Which one got me in and out of the helicopter for this one? I don't remember the key binding that I had set up for it. Maybe it's not even set up at all. I don't have any of my camera controls set up just yet. The only got like the hat switch, but I haven't done any of the photographs yet. They're tweaking. A little Adderall down there in the cows. Literally just glitching out. I think they're water buffaloes though. Let's see. So I believe my parking brake should be here. Let's see if I can just get a little closer. I don't see my tire tracks dragging in the grass either, but I am nose down configuration in the dirt right now. Just kind of skimming along the ground. Stirring up some trouble with the wildebeest. I don't know what these things are. And again, the brakes are applied, so once I put the heli back down on the ground, I'm not sliding anywhere. This is one of the most important parts of flying any chopper. But hey buddy, how you doing? Oh, I'm losing the chopper in the background, sitting there staring at his face. Look at these things. I don't like the way they just sit there and bounce back and forth. What is up with that? Yeah, it is wild. Okay. Needs some work. Needs a little work. Unless these guys have been up for a long time. Twitch City for sure. And I'm not talking about a streaming platform. I love the variety of trees though. You get the dead fall or dead wood on top of all of the other foliage. It's just looking really good. That's actually the first time with that animal. I was expecting horses. I think that was like either just ox or a water buffalo. I don't know. Let's see if we can't gain a little bit more altitude while we're coming around to this side. There is a nice little clearing around over here. The variety of animals too is pretty cool. The mountain goats we saw earlier was also very interesting because they were literally on the side of a cliff. Nothing in those. Got something else shiny here. Back to just a butter smooth flight. I just need more practice trying to get that approach and landing in the wind, man. The updraft on the hills is something I don't have enough practice in. Yay, hands off piloting. H-160 coming through. This is never going to get old. I might just leave it stream open 24 hours a day and just let the helicopter go. Get a full tank in there, time it out, snooze a little nap, play some music in the background, and just let it rip. We'll throw the autopilot on. Yeah. It is a little buried, isn't it? They did not make that easy to find. Have you found yours yet, though? You did find it, right? Well, I think they're trying to be a little bit more sneaky this time around. They're actually getting into some people's computers with this information in a way. You know, there's information being pinged back and forth. I don't know. There we go with my conspiracy theories. Either way, I don't know if it's true or not. I can only speculate. But what a fabulous location. Let's get a little closer down here. Almost in a ring vortex state. I can feel it coming on. Little slip. This place is sick. Oh, that's just rocks in there. Uh-oh. What's on the top of this ridge over here off the left of the nose? That maybe just more rocks? There's a bunch of them in there. What a spot. Man, I wish we could have had our base here. And I wish we could have had the H-160 instead of even the 225. I would rather have this than the 225. Yeah, I'm only sitting at 10. This is such a nice chopper. Just a couple things to clean up on the windows. Some more work on the iPad, its functionality. The Cowan Bell 2.2. I got me one of those. Are you live on this island right now, or are you still in 2020? You can't be in 2020. No, what am I talking about? Who am I talking to? Hop in here. Make some sour worms. Copy that. See if I can learn how to do that. Or am I going to add you in? I got a notification. Accept a mundo. Oh, man, she oscillates when you come out of menus, too. Look at her ass moving around now. Sorry. My bad. Shouldn't be doing that. Took so long. She's in a steady oscillation, but I guarantee you what's happened, and this is another glitch that we found earlier, too, is this is really hard to get to, but it turns your flipping autopilot on. Oh, it didn't. What? It has ACS. What? I'm in just a never-ending oscillation right now. I might just restart. Okay, but here we go again. More great bugs. And all I did was switch to a menu and add you in. All right. Is there any way to recover from this at all? Let's try a Control E for an auto start. This worked earlier too. See, now it jumps to the autopilot being on all by itself. Take the alt off, take the heading off. We're going to remove the indicated airspeed and just slow our ass down because we're at 140. Nope, and here comes the oscillation again. Yeah, okay. Not happy with that result. However, testing, testing, testing. That'll just put us at the airport together. I don't know. I can't tell if it's starting to slow down or what. I'm going to go hands off of it for a second and just kind of let it tweak itself into existence, if possible, for a second. If I give it a little bit of right stick, yeah, man, this is an endless. Let's see what happens if I try to remenu one more time and just resume. Still oscillates. Yeah, I'm going to restart. I'll just meet you on the pad. Why not? Discover a bug, squash it. Yeah, it was freak. I've had a couple like that. Not just in this aircraft, but coming out of menus in general. Especially like the weather menu. And then the load times afterwards. Here we go. The spinning wheel of misfortune on the left. Man, I hope my system doesn't crash right now. That would absolutely suck. If I go down right now and I lose a stream, I'm going to be really upset. All right, we got some movement out of the spinning wheel of misfortune. She's thinking about it. She's thinking long and hard. Good girl. I don't have any tags on. I believe that would be interface. Traffic nameplates. I've never used track IR, man. I really want to. I'll just come off the pad while you load in. Right? There's no question about it. I love it. Yeah, we got someone else here. Who's this? Ether Howden. How you doing, brother? Where you at? I love this. Come on. I do kind of miss how they used to have like the altitude and distance and everything like that. It might be, is it just an option where I can like add that information below the tag? Try to keep an eye on the pad while you load in. I'll just try to see if I can sit here in a little hover. My aircraft is going down again, all by itself. Okay, and it didn't crash. So when all of that glitched out, I bet you this thing took my crash physics back off again. We went through just another straight up engine failure. So the Headless Horseman, once again, what? Why does it keep doing this? Man, is this frustrating. The reverting of all of these settings. I bet you anything. The flight model is good. It was See, I'm not pushing very many graphics right now. Assistances. It's off. They're off. I was looking at flight or crash settings, but I mean, disable crash damage is on. I suppose that's okay. I mean, right now, do I really want to be crashing all this thing all the time? Do I care? But I know I've checked those 87%. It's all good, man. I'm dealing with another engine failure when engine failure is on around. I'm going to have to restart at the same time. Is Brian doing the same thing? I will say, it's pretty great that it doesn't take as long as it used to load back in. Oh, it's stopping. It's glitching. Oh, no. No, don't do this to me. Thank you. Come on, play nice. I'm about to load back in, too. Asobo passive aircraft. Generic piston 1 engine. Code is FMEE. Foxtrot. Mike Echo Echo. Look at the way this dude's tag is coming through. Asobo passive aircraft generic piston. Okay. Yes, sir. FMEE. Foxtrot Mike Echo Echo. The beautiful island of Reunion. That windsock is blowing. That thing's straight out. Crashing. I'm just fixated on the windsock, dude. So stupid. Right. So stupid. I love it. Horrible. Such a great flight the whole time, and now it's just straight dumping. Boo. Boo. Of course, you gotta go all through that too, right? Little flight bag option, loaded in for the first time. We got time. We got tunes. It's good stuff, man. I can't wait till you get the 160 so we can do this together, man. See what this looks like with a swarm. I'm actually going to let it preload here a little bit, just kind of cache in the background. I think that might be a pretty decent idea. I might let just let the rotor spool up. While I'm on the pad, not even in flight yet. Or I wonder if it's because I still have this open on the other screen. I'm going to close that. Now it's got a 222 over the top of me. I see you in there. Copy that. Yeah, I can see your tag, but your aircraft is invisible. Yep, you're at the pad. 222B Air Medic. And then it says B22. Test out some vortex ring states and see if the turbulence has as much effect as it's supposed to. I'll kind of get away from you here, give you some breathing room just in case it is working, so you don't load into the pad and just blow away. This damn thing is crashing again. Oh, you know why? I know exactly why. Yeah, I'm not going to crash that time. We're going to consider that a little bit more like an auto rotation, because I think I just remembered what happened. This thing loads in with no fuel. So if I just go into the fuel menu here, yep, that's it. She runs out of fuel as soon as I get off the ground. But now I should be able to kick it back on because I didn't crash. I actually just did an auto rotate from a very low altitude. It's all good, man. I just went through my first auto rotation in a 160. It's doing a startup test. It looks like it's trying to spool back up. Getting my monitors back on. I won't see the autopilot if it's engaged until I get off the ground, but it doesn't look like it. My monitors down here are now saying not installed. Everything's got a glitch. But I like the fact that I'm able to recover from a glitch. I'm not going to die. You know, I can't lie about it. It's not horrible. It'd be nice when they get it working properly, but at this point, we're just kind of exploring. Yep, back to a flight ready condition. Let's see if I've got your model at the pad yet. You are spawning in fixed wing. And flying like a helicopter. Very interesting. So let's see what we've got right here. I think while you're in that B222, I'm going to see if we have the same variant and what is happening. Or should I just go into my settings and see if I've got live traffic? We're rolling, landing in the grass. Settings back one time and see what this is looking like if we go into our flight interface. No, I forgot which menu this was in. Online. Multiplayer is checked. Career is off. Real-time online. It's shut down on you. Interesting. Check your fuel. That's what's been happening to mine. Every time I get off as soon as I get off the ground, I'm just out of fuel. It loads in without any gas. Even if you do it in your flight bag when you're on the ground before you take off, like if you're still back at the menu system trying to get in, if you put fuel in it there, when you come into the sim, it's still empty. She's stuck, huh? Very interesting. I wonder if it just kicked him out of the stream or if he CTV'd on that one. I doubt he CTV'd. I hope not. Either, oh man. So while you're getting back in here, what I'm gonna do is actually I'm going to see if I can get back into an end flight. But we'll keep the streamer alive here, and we're going to switch this out from the H160. I'm gonna go into my choppas. It's the Co-Main. Okay, so yeah, maybe it is just a different model. Fly some Hueys around. It could just be a different model. I really don't want to get into Cowayne right now. I'm staying in this HPG. Let's see what a different livery looks like. We'll configure this into the second livery. Not good. Shuts it down every time. Is it a new key binding, or have you been in the aircraft before? You might actually have to sit there and go through an entire new key binding because something you're doing on your way up kills it. I know that crap is just ridiculous, but it does happen. At least to me, a lot. Save him back. We'll get back into the airport here. We'll go back. New paint scheme. I'm not even going to fly bag it. Try something base sim. Does anything even remotely work? Or do you want to get into some like fixed wing stuff? Brand new load. Yeah, true. Sometimes on those brand new loads, it really helps too. Once those load in, try it one time, go back to the desktop and relaunch the sim. Comes back in with a fresh set of rules. Takes a little long, but yeah, I'm loading in pretty quick. It's still a little bit glitchy on the way in, but it turned the nose gear as it loaded in. That was interesting. Cocked it all the way to one side. Oh, and it just took off all by itself. See, I did throttle down the whole 9 yards, hands off the controls, waiting for it to load in, and she just straight off the ground, all by herself. I wonder what the ATIS is at this airport right now, because that windsock was just straight moving. HP 135. And let's see if we could. Where is it? Can't get ATC back. See, this stuff just keeps breaking, man. Not even worried about it. I just want to turn the weather off because I'm tired of getting whipped around. Did that menu just change? Okay, live versus custom. I see what happened. I don't want live. Aircraft's tiffing overtime. Watch it. That's good. That's good. Our wind speed. It's only 2 knots. What? Oh, I just turned live weather off. I don't know which variant I like better. I think I like the other one. I did not fuel up. Here we go down again. I'm doing it again. Ah, and I put my gear up. I might be able to recover from it. I did the same thing again. And it has also reverted my key bindings. Now I can't get back into the aircraft. Because all the key bindings are on the other variant. This is hysterical. Every time you load in a different model, even if you've flown it before. It's been doing this to me for way too long. Literally since day one, I've been dealing with this. It's the most annoying thing. And now I can't even get back in without just doing more work to my settings. Absolutely ridiculous. Yep, there it goes to the transversal. I don't want it hoist. It doesn't have any hoist. Let's go back up to the throttle. Yeah, and I just all have these named the 225, and I just kept adding and moving buttons around. Keyboard should pretty well just be good because I'm not really touching it. Yep, it's good stuff. So let's see if we can will it allow us to fire up the rotor with no wheels on the ground? Sure, like the rotation of these blades right now wouldn't be just spinning this thing. Why not? I do have a fail on that engine, don't I? What's going on up here? Everything looks okay. Did our autopilot come back on yet? We're not in the air. Let's refuel. Restart one more time. Now, shut up. This is gonna work. Yep. Monitors are coming back online. I'm starting the first engine. I can't stand these bugs, but it's really comical. Especially when you can like just test your way through them and it works. It's absolutely hysterical. I was going to bring up the second engine by itself too. But oh, here comes. I'm getting torque on too. No wheels. Crash landing. Go ahead and restart. Hey, it's like nothing ever happened. Now the wheels start coming down all by themselves. Genius. Well played. And the model still works. Yep, bindings are back where they should be. Absolutely hysterical. Oh, you're coming back in. Awesome. Are you on the pad already? TS3. What is that? I don't think I've even heard of. What is it? TeamSpeak? Is that what that is? I don't have it. That would be dope, though. Man, I can't believe I even thought about what that might be. That's been a long time since I've heard that. I love it. I just got the notification that you invited me to play with you. That was. Did you just do that, or is that going to be the like an invite through that? I should have clicked on that, huh? I'm joining in on it. I've clicked on join, but it's not doing anything to react to it. I love the fact that I can literally just hands off let this chopper hover over the pad while we're doing this too. It will not let me actuate that button. I've tried several times. It says one pending invite. Then I go into the invite and try to join. No joy. Flight chat window. Interesting. I can see tabletop and tarantula man. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I'm not seeing that in mine. Let's see if we could hit escape in the sim. Gotcha. Aha. Aha. Like so. And you can chat in here between two heads and the flight info. Accept. Chat. So we're going to have to type it in here. Oh, okay. I see what's happening. I see the voice right there. What I don't have like headphones on either, so I can't hear you, right? I got my mic in front of me. Let me see if I can turn my monitor up a little bit. Are you in there? Because I could see like my mic reacting to it. Test. I see the test. Here we go with another oscillation coming out of a menu. Yeah, all I can really hear is my own music. Definitely want to escape to stop watching that thing spin around. Sweet. But I can't hear my voice. It's probably just, I mean, if I had headphones on. I generally never wear any headphones. Spent too much time in the music industry. Yeah, I'll have to get myself a set of headphones so we can explore that a little bit more. I like how it did come out of the oscillation, and I'm more than likely just in an autopilot config right now. Maybe. Nope. But I am definitely overspeeding the hell out of my torque. I had no rotor control. No collective control. Yeah, we're going to respawn that. That killed that pretty good. Try it one more time. Sorry, man. I got to restart that shit one more time. We'll get there. We'll get there. Can't you do something similar through like Discord too? I don't know if my sim's going to make it out of this one. Oh my God. As soon as I said something, it's there. It's great. Coming back in. Not too bad of a turnaround. But it wants to take off again right away while it aligns. Very interesting. Yeah, I can't hear your voice coming through at all. I can't hear your voice even without the headphones on. I'm probably going to wind up glitching again, aren't I? No, I'm on the ground, so I guess it winds up to be okay. That's you in the air over here, huh? You're in. Let's try to get back into a decent spot. I really need to set the maps going here. Yeah. Something more like that. All right. It's a little better. I wish that worked, though. Come on now. What's she doing? This windsock, though. I see. Are you in a stealth? Does this have you in there in a stealth? Should I slow down a little bit? I am probably speeding along. Oh, not even that bad. 60. Royal Asim, what's up, brother? I see you hopping in down there. Royalism. It's a great name. I like that. 222 airbud. Yeah, it looked like you were flying the wing. There you are. Hello, Governor. Coming right by. Deuces. Oh, it doesn't even have your rotor spinning. Oh, it looks like I just took you clean out of the sky. Tell me that was my rotor wash that did that to you. Because I came in hot, man. Ah, dude. You're still up. I love it. Yeah, your rotor's not even spinning. Was that an auto rotate, or is that just graphic actually? Well, we got the bell now. We got the right model. I think it's actually because I tried to load mine in. Yeah, it did look a little bit hard to handle. Man, time to get the 160, brother. I mean, this thing is just anywhere you want it to go. She reacts exactly the way you would expect it to. I'm getting a little better at the outside flying, but yeah, this thing is the bomb.com. That ground effect, though, woo, she pushed. She bang, she bang. Back to the stupid music references. That's unfortunate, brother. This is it, though, man. This H160, I swear. We need to get the word out to people about this thing right here. It's so much more enjoyable to fly this than quite literally any other aircraft I've put my hands on so far, fixed wing or otherwise. I mean, all of them. Yeah, man, it's all good. I'll be around. I'll tell you that much. You know how to get a hold of me. It's good stuff. We're gonna do some things. Royalism looks like he's having just as many issues trying to get into. He's been at the pad for a minute. C-172 SP. The G-1000 passengers. So you want me to show you what my sensitivity settings look like inside this thing right now? Just to give you an idea of like where I'm putting my curves at? That is, well, I mean, hopefully they've saved. It certainly does feel like it. Let's see. So we'll just, we'll cut this off right here. We'll throw some brakes on. So up in my control settings, one of the biggest things to play with, okay, so I'm going to start off with like the throttle and go to the pedal and just kind of move these back and forth so I can get this little cogwheel open. This little wheel right here becomes everything. See, I've got mine up to a 0.58, but then the extremity dead zone is also something that I've played with. And that kind of pushes the curve from the top to reduce the amount of travel from the beginning of the movement to the end of the movement. One thing I missed from 2022 is when I actually wound up putting inputs into this surface, you would see the ball move up and down the curve. It took me quite a while to get to this point where I knew I didn't want a dead zone in the middle, which is when you're like feet off the pedals, right? But that's where I'm at with my fine tuning. That's just pedal controls, right? So if you kind of go back and you look at what's going on with the collective, right? We're going to go into the same thing, and I'm just going to select or search by input, move the input, and then go to the cogwheel. Then you go from the cogwheel to the tweak the action curve. And this one's a little bit different. I don't have an extremity dead zone on this one, but I have negative 25 on both positive and negative sensitivities. So what this is doing is basically like the sensitivity on the positive side is on the top of this 4-quadrant graph. The negative is on the bottom. So you can literally, I could have a different value here than I have on top. All right, so if I do something like this, it's going to take a very long time for the control to react because the line at the center of the graph is more smooth. Once I lay it out horizontal, there's literally nothing going to happen until almost the very end of that control surface's movement. All right, so it took me forever to get this down pat, and every flippin' model is different. Every one of them. I'm happy it saved my controls on this one so I could show you that. But that's how I'm basically doing my controls. You wanted a video about a good controls video? Well, hopefully that helps. I don't know if you're doing that already, but that's what I'm doing for my settings. Keeping track of the extremity dead zone. So again, this one says 0, but if I take and add a negative number to it, it's bringing it towards the center line. So that means at the beginning and the end of the motion, there will be no reaction. At the beginning, it's going to be as if you were a normal input controller because the curve at the center of the quadrants is more at a 45-degree angle. All right, so if you brought all of these things back into a 0 state, come on. Come on. Can I just type in 0? Backspace 0? Yeah, you have to backspace through it, but you can type it in there. All right, so you see how it's all flattening out? That's what it looks like when it ships to you. But then you can change it. You can add that extremity dead zone in there if you want to, or you don't have to. For this specific aircraft, minus 0.25, minus 0.25. I can't believe it worked that time. All right, but again, I've had some problems with these being a little bit glitchy. But you'll notice a difference once you start to get those settings proper in every single aircraft you set into. All right. So what I've done is I've gone and found like a happy medium between all of the aircraft. So I don't have any other, working presets. I do have others in my lists right here for like general controls. There are no more available except for like a fixed wing, right? Or this one. And I'm just not deleting them yet because I'm kind of like working on other configurations to test the ones that ship with it. But this way, what I've got is a base to work off of for every single helicopter I've got. Right there. I hope that makes sense. All right. And there is a way to go in this and actually apply to all aircraft. Why I don't want to do this is I don't know if this is going to push this to fixed wing and rotorcraft at this point, or if it's only specific to rotorcraft since I'm in that category right now. I don't trust their stuff too much right now to actually do that. So I'm not going that far yet. Won't do it. But once you get those things up there, and I could barely just a little itty bitty input, and it's such a small difference with the controls, but it makes a world of difference. It makes it a flyable aircraft relatively quickly once you learn the curves. And then you get that nice shaky bottom, that fat bottom girl right there. It's all about how soon your control surfaces start to react. And that little curve is telling you if it's going to react right away or if it's going to take a minute. It takes a minute. It took me some doing to get back and forth. Not only that, but I was doing this in multiple aircraft to get a feel of how each one of them reacts. And this is kind of one that sort of helps in every aircraft. Of course, there's glitches in most of them, but yeah. Every once in a while, I'll get into GA, man. I like the old Warbirds. I'm not going to lie. I dig them. My grandfather was a pilot back in the day, so, he served in the war as a pilot. So I got an affinity for the Warbirds. Mad respect. H160, ladies and gentlemen. With the proper curve settings, this is it. Hands off. Yay. How about that? Isn't that great? Look, Mom, no hands. You're welcome. It just takes a little bit of tweaking. A little dabble do ya. Shake and bake. I'm singing in the rain. I'm singing in the rain. What a glorious day. Come on, man. Just wave that around a little bit. It's the fat bottom girl right there. She drives pretty. I don't even have my feet on the pedals anymore. I could probably get up and walk away from the computer at this point and just let this thing fly. I mean, eventually you're going to wind up, with just turbulence in that kind of floating around a little bit, but I'm glad I could help you, Mark. You don't need to pay me, man. I get paid enough for what I do. It's my pleasure to be able to help you, and I really do honestly hope it sincerely is like something that you want to share with as many people as you possibly can. This video is like the creme de la creme of what's happening in 2024. There is nothing better than what we've just showed you for helicopter simulations in 2024. My pleasure. You're welcome, Mark. You want me to RTB? Where am I even at on the map? I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. I know where I am. I'm just down the shore a piece. Okay, so if you want to find a gear up, okay, so here's what's going to happen. You need to go into the control settings, select which surface you want to map gear up to. What I do is I have one that says toggle gear, so I'm going to use the same switch to bring them up and down. You want to use a keyboard stroke? You can use a keyboard stroke. You can literally map it on any surface that you want to, and you can identify it in that same settings menu. Okay? So when you're in that same menu, I'm RTBing right now, but I kind of want to describe it so maybe you can already get started on it. So once you are selected on, like, say, your throttle, there's a button on your throttle that you want to use for gear up. You select throttle first, then you go over and it's like identify the button, press that. It shows you what button you've pressed. Now, sometimes there's conflicts with this, and it's not always just one interaction that's happening at a time. Sometimes they overlap and it causes a conflict. And this is another system in their settings menu that is absolutely broken. And I think it's just tied together the way I'm saying my settings keep reverting. But, yeah, man, let me just get on the ground here. I don't want to, yeah, I could just pause it, but let's sit there and stare at each other for a second. Yeah, man, this is the epitome of what a helicopter should be doing. I mean, it's absolutely brilliant. Nice and easy. It's just so butter smooth. Do I even have gear down? Nope, good call. So the way I have mine mapped is one of the thumb buttons on my throttle. The button across from it 90 degrees is going to be the search lights that come out the bottom, the landing lights. That's where I have those mapped. And then the brakes are on the top. And these could all just be temporary placements for them. You know, it's just kind of like, all right, what buttons are available now? So when you're in the settings, you're going to look at one specific control. On the left-hand side, you can map it to any one of these devices. Wait till the menus load, though. Don't rush it. You can see the spinning wheel of misfortune first. Have the patience sit there and wait. So I want to map something to my throttle. Then I'm going to search by input and press that button that I have my landing gear mapped to. So now it says what button it's mapped to. It's mapped it to 10. What sucks about this is in 2020, the picture that's over on the right used to number each input. So you could have a visual representation of what button was what. But if you know where you want to map something, if there's something there already, you can hover your cursor over the top of this and hit backspace. And that input is now removed from that button. But if I want to put my landing gear there, so now instead of searching by input, I'm going to click the text box to the left of that and actually just put in their landing gear. It's going to, or landing gear, right? That's going to be the option. You can see that it doesn't have a key binding set. These blocks are empty. So now if I click on this text box, go back into it, map it back to the same button, that's the same thing, right? Here's what sucks. Let's go ahead and do this one more time. But let's search a brand new time with nothing in here. So it's a fresh menu. I'm going to look for the same thing. But I'm going to look for it on my collective. There's still nothing mapped here. So if I wanted to put this on my collective somewhere and my cyclic, it's not showing me that it's already mapped somewhere else. This is a major problem. Because now you're going to start having the same button mapped twice, and a lot of these, they'll overlap. So let's say I want to put my landing gear here. Uh-oh. Now we've got a button that goes over the top of this with the number 1 in it. The number 1 is how many conflicts are happening with this specific control input. When you go over the top of the settings wheel, it shows you 1 conflict, and it is between the one that's labeled on the upper left-hand corner that says toggle landing gear, and then the one that is here in the center that says toggle autopilot altitude hold. There's 2 things happening at the same time. And Microsoft pushed this out there with a conflict on almost every surface. Very complex. Wait, it gets worse. Okay, so now watch this. If I go into the controls again, I'm just going to back up. Let's do the same thing. Now let's put a landing gear on the keyboard. Oh, it already has something mapped on the keyboard. I wouldn't have known that because there should be 3 conflicts, not 2. Right now we're seeing the same input on 3 different control surfaces. And if I come into this now and I take this off and I press it again, same button, it's giving me the option to save a brand new profile that I can rename. And it's going to overwrite every other preset that they have here, right? And on the left-hand side, you can see that my keyboard is still set to 2024 transversal. Helicopter controls are transversal. All right, I'm going to cancel the fuck out of that. Sorry for the F-bomb. All right, I mean, yes, conflict. You need to be so careful with this stuff, dude. No, it's not. Sorry. There's a lot of stuff going on with this, and it's very frustrating. It is knuckleheady, and this is something that they could have tested without a stress test. You did not need to have live servers to put a load on this system. This is simply dropping the ball. Rushed productivity is what this was. They really did not have enough time to launch the sim. They rushed it. It's one of the most complex menu systems I've ever seen in the simulator, even all the way back to the 80s. You know what I mean? It was never, ever that complex. Ever. It's butter. I used to be a teacher. I actually taught how to make television. Believe it or not, true story here. I actually did teach for a while. I was an instructor at the Illinois Media School for a minute. True story. It's the school I graduated from. After graduation, they invited me to be an instructor. Taught there for almost 5 years. Yep. That's where that voice comes from, because every once in a while a man's got to get on the radio or up in the ring with the Chicago Golden Gloves, you know what I mean? It's good times. I just hope it was helpful. That's honestly all I want, is to help people out. You're like, oh, I'll pay you. Come on. This is the world of friends, man. Everybody is the same shade of wheat. It's been great chatting with you tonight, Mark. This has been great, dude. Pleasure meeting you. And it's such a great place to meet. You know, some mountains, some ox, some toboggan runs. She's such a smooth ship. This thing is just such a pleasure to fly. Did we ever get that? We've restarted several times since that. I think I actually did leave one of these missions undone during one of these crashes. No kidding, a ham operator. That's sweet, man. Glad I could help, man. Sincerely. Just tell him SAR-Heli told you. I'm on sale. SAR-Heli's 2 for 1 today. Not monetized. I'm not here to do anything but drop truth bomb. Help people out. Share the journey. Let's learn along the way. Yeah, I get upset sometimes, bro. Do not get me wrong. A couple days ago, I almost nearly lost it. For shizzle nizzle. Multiplayer for sure. 100%. Yep, and yep. Will do. I definitely will. I will get a set of headphones. I do have headphones. I just, like I said, I don't like wearing them. Mainly because I don't know what it is. So I think it's just the cord hanging on the neck. I do have Bluetooth and everything like that. But, yeah, I don't know. We'll get there. We'll definitely get there. You're welcome, man. It's been a pleasure. Look forward to getting together with you guys, doing some multiplayer real soon. I don't like the way the weather updates so abruptly. That's one thing I'm just not down with. But again, that's also a real-time amount of data happening that's coming in batches, just like the boats are coming down every 30 seconds. That data is probably just, moving a cloud faster or slower than the actual wind current. And yeah, it's a digital twin, man. They've done it. This is the most incredible thing I think I've ever seen. You are most welcome, Mark. Now I'm actually coming around the corner hands-free. Royalism still out. He's down on the tarmac. Are you up in the air, my man? Or are you just along for the lesson? Either way, welcome aboard. What do we got here? We got some REU 974. That looks like an actual AI flight being generated. There's Royal. He's rolling. Windsock be cooking too. I'm over the airport at this point. I'm relatively in a hover coming down just midfield by the windsock. Let me get back into the chopper here. I'll give you a heading. I'm due east. Over the airport, FMEE. Just chilling in a hover. Let's see what happens if I try to do like some of this on the control surfaces after mine have been changed. What happens if I hit hover? So I've clicked the autopilot hover. I'll be back next month. Let me know when my aircraft runs out of fuel. I'll be here when you get here, my man. That's an auto hover. Look at the stability of that thing. Imagine doing a search and rescue mission out of that. I'm just going to sit here in a hover and wait for y'all. Way too cool. Sorry I was so quiet right there. I literally got up from my chair, walked across the house for a nice cold beverage while y'all were coming inbound. Right there. Oh, I'm sorry, my helicopter didn't move very much as this autopilot keeps me locked onto the coordinates like it's some kind of cork board. I think this is the best commercial ever for a hype performance group aircraft that they could have never expected. They have nailed this airframe. This is by far the best. Super stable. Now I'm just going to have to find a key binding for that little auto hover right there. It's maintaining the height. There's the hover. That comes off. Look at how easy she comes out of the hover. Oh, she's still got that fat bottom, girl. Right back into a hover. Carry the height. She lifts back up off the ground. Good to go. Now, one thing I just remembered. I wonder if I remember how to use it in this aircraft. I barely ever use it, but this has an auto takeoff option. Well, I am just floating here. We could look around a little bit. It does say that this isn't installed. That's a little disconcerting right there. I have lost some of the control of my camera in the cockpit as well. I used to be able to translate down right here. Either way, I dye the grass. Again, it's just you get into that system and just play a little bit. Breaks things. Alright, so there is the nose wheel lock that we have in place. The ACAS is muted. HTOS is on. I believe if I took this into this mode and went into nav, it's not cruise. The couple is the autopilot. Let's decouple that. We just got ourselves into a little oscillation. Let's see how it recovers. I might have to just correct a little bit with a. Yeah, just a little rudder input got her back, and it did come out of hover mode. It just went back to height. Yeah, she'll come back around. You just need to maintain those pedals a little bit there. Yeah, I think the autopilot system works pretty good. H160, baby. This is the mother load. Chilling like a villain. She recovers really nicely as long as you, I mean, look at the wind. Look at the wind sock and compared to what my helicopter is doing right now. And I'm just going to slowly turn inch by inch. It's sick. I don't know any other helicopter like this. Although I did see a guy whipping around doing some agriculture spraying. And if I heard him correctly in his video, he said that it was his first time doing it. And looked like it, I swear this guy had to have been like a real life agricultural pilot, because he was whipping this thing around like it was a toy. So I'm sure he's done quite a bit with his settings in those aircraft too. So, I mean, if it's possible in this one, it's possible in everyone. You just got to take the time to do it. Yeah. Yeah, I hate her. Doesn't get any better. It absolutely doesn't. So let's see if we can drop our landing gear down here. And I'm just going to slowly take a little power out. Nothing's going to happen. My collective is now at full. I wonder if it shows in cockpit that I'm making these adjustments. Nope, it's locked my collective in. The problem is now is when I come off of autopilot, it is going to automatically jerk into another position. And it's either going to be higher or lower. I got it pretty close. Oh, no, there it goes. As soon as I took the altitude hold off, she comes right up. But that's if you move the controls. If you're not moving your controls while you're standing there, good to go. So let's see if beep trim works here. Let's do this again. Let's get back into an alt hold. I don't want nav. I just want hover. Let's uncorrect that. My bad. So now if you use this little drop-down menu right here. Okay. The circle on the left says collective beep trim. The circle on the right says cyclic beep trim. Beep trim. So I'm using the one on the right. So I should hold that down or press it multiple times. And as I'm clicking this button, I am getting a strafe to the left, to the right. I'm going to start smashing the other side, strafing to the left. Now, if you do kind of like a button press and hold, kind of like a push and release, push, release, push, release, push, release, you can do that pretty easily from inside here. This is also something you can button map. There's something called beep trim. I haven't done it on this aircraft yet. So now I should be able to push forward, and I should be able to translate forward. Again, push, hold, push, hold. It's like a hold for just a little bit. And as the nose starts coming to, come back up a little bit, you press it again, and the trim is activating. Well, I've got the yaw, so I'm going to be on the left one now. So now I'm hands off. The only thing I'm touching right now is my mouse. You let go of it, it holds the position. Find me another aircraft, people. One more. Just find one more helicopter that can do anything even flipping close to this. I even do the cruise height up. It immediately put me up. These are called beep trims. So if I put that on like my collective or my Cyclics hat switch, I don't even know if there's anything there right now or what this is going to do to other aircraft. But let's see if I can get into the Cyclics. Search by input. I'm going to press up on that hat switch. So it says POV. So there is something there. That's a point of view. Or is it? It's a increase rotor longitudinal trim. What even is that? So let's see what happens. It's probably just the wrong trim. If I go ahead in here and delete, and now when I'm going to go in here, I'm going to type and search for the word beep. Because what do we see on that? Not beer. Ooh, that does sound good, though. If I type in, look, we got beep trims. But these are engine beep trims. We don't have the controls in the base simulator to properly signal this trim. Because it's not called what it needs to be called. I'm not engine beeping. Or is it? And which is which? Helicopter engine 1, beep trim, decrease. Helicopter engine, you know what I mean? This actually appears more like it is truly something to do with the trim of your, like, governor. Even though it's not called the governor. I don't see anything in here like beep trim. Right, that's where you kind of run into a problem where you kind of have to articulate that control input from actually inside of the aircraft. But again, let's just take a little cruise around the cabin. Let's say hello to our passengers. How is everybody doing back here today? Everybody okay? How are we doing? Oh, I think we have another ghost of Christmas past. Ooh. Ooh. That right there, people. That's good stuff. What are you? Why are you still back here with that? What is? Whoa! What is this? Is this another wall? Whoa! Whoa! And the whole time my helicopter is. Oh, see. Oh, she's getting a little thumpy. She's getting a little thumpy. Can I open the door while I'm up here? Of course I can. That means this aircraft is ready for some search and rescue missions, if you ask me. It is bouncing around pretty good. All right, let's grab this back up. Oh, wrong way. Sorry, my bad. Pardon me. Excuse me. Coming through. All right, let's get back up into the cockpit here. It's not going to let me. See, things just start breaking. We got back here with no problem. But as soon as we start to mess with the systems in the slightest, things break. Like, if I go up, my camera, you know what I mean? I should be able to slide right through. Oh, yeah. All right, sure. Okay. Oh, it's a little air in here. There we go. But it's from outside. Look at the difference from outside to inside. It's just a little shake. So let's take the height and hover off and see what happens. We're still wobbling? Oh, yeah. Put our gear down. Let's see what happens, because sometimes what happens in... Ooh. Oh, we've unlocked something. It's starting to come back together. As I put more input into the collective, it starts to appear to smooth out. Ooh, it's definitely not, though, especially if we get a little speed to it. There needs to be more work done, right? It's functioning. It's functioning better than any other helicopter. So I'm hoping I don't have my parking brakes on, so when I roll, I can actually just kind of... Okay. So I want to see... if impacting the ground. I've seen where you just barely do like a touch and go. And it sort of immediately takes the oscillation back out of it. So why does it go from such a stable platform to just garbage so quickly? So little was done to get it to this point. I mean, there's no autopilots on. If I beep, trim, left, right, this, that, and the other thing, nothing. See, our throttle input is pretty well stuck at full. I cannot come out of it whatsoever. I actually can't even descend much further unless I just point my nose at the ground. It's almost like the trims are holding and holding and holding. Whoa. Easy. I'll have to say that was slick, but see, it's coming back up already. It's almost like the trims are stuck, or that autopilot is stuck, even though it's saying that they're all off. I'm done with it. I've exposed another bug. Moving on. Restart. Either way, I can't even begin to tell you how long I've been streaming right now. It has been a ridiculous amount of fun. I know that I have got a lot of fantastic information in front of some people here. I hope you share this information with others. let them know what's going on with the Hype Performance Group H160, because this is it, man. I have a feeling sooner than later what we're going to see. Oh, something to drink is so good. I'm so glad I had the time to walk away from my mic for a minute. That was great. I ran out of beverage. Either way, it's been great. This was a good one, guys. H160 Hype Performance Group. Hype is right. Hype is right. I want one for my company. I want it right now. I want it all. And I want it now. I do, because I don't want to keep flying for everyone else like they told me. I still want to see these simulations with the smoke. We still have yet to see these. Even in this aircraft that we're flying today, this gorgeous Airbus H160, there's still things to be fixed in it. Even though we know it's got a stable hover, its trim is working, it flies hands off, the model is beautiful. There's really very few things wrong with this model. And it takes playing with it and not altering it for it to work perfectly. But as soon as you start going from a flight into the settings and back, that's when you run into an issue. Take care of the settings while you're off the planet. Sorry, not on the planet. Before you load in anywhere, take care of those settings off planet. All right? Tip of the day, H160. It's been a blast. It's been a ball. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe for now, just for now, it's probably going to wind up to be all. I don't know either damn way. This has been good. It's been real good. We got a Ryzen Threadripper 2950X with a 2080 Ti and 120 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM running this bad boy. It doesn't get any better than that. It really, 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 really doesn't. I mean, for such a low-end card, the graphics that I'm getting out of this, the model is reacting properly, the stream is working properly under load. I mean, if this is all being brought down and streamed live on both sides, and it's running this smoothly, I don't think you need to worry about what your specs are. But the continuous adventure between 2020 and 2024 continues. These old graphics versus these new graphics are insane. 2024 is, without question, hands down the winner. Hands down. I do like the menu system in 2020 better, absolutely. However, with this discovery of the H160 and some of the capabilities that are going on with the fold-out iPad, I have a feeling that this bad boy right here is going to be next generation, the greatest airframe for helicopters that anyone in Microsoft 2024 has ever seen. Without question. It is the most stable platform. It is the only helicopter with trims. I mean, I don't want to repeat myself 10,000 times, but come on. I dare you to go back and rewatch this thing one time and say, you know what, that thing sucks. I dare you. Yeah, there was some funny things along the way, but through the process that we've been going through, this thing is, it's kind of like that, just bang. It's bang. It's banging. Great cockpit, the whole 9 yards. Yeah, we got some ghost people, this, that, and the other thing. Like I said, we got it. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, for now, we're going to actually just, we're going to open up the window. We're going to open up the door. We're going to hop out of this guy. Ta-da. It's been a blast. It's been a ball. That's all. I will see you in the next one. And hopefully you're going to be in an HPG Airbus H160. I am not sponsored. This isn't a monetized station. This is just from my experience and what we've seen in this video. I hope you can get one of these if you enjoy our any kind of helicopter flight. I have a feeling that High Performance is again going to bring this around into a search and rescue capable airframe. They're going to get more variants out. It's coming soon. You watch. It's coming. Peace.